We're now on a record. Today is August the 26th, 2025. The time is approximately 10:56 a.m. This is a video deposition of Captain John R. Sutton, taken in a matter of Justin Anderson versus Marquette Transportation Company, Gulf Inland, LLC. Today's deposition is being held at 39 Causeway Boulevard in Metairie, Louisiana. My name is Mark Accolade. The court reporter is Miss Kathy Powell. I would ask that counsel, could you please state your names for the record, which thereafter would the court reporter please swear in a witness.
Danny Poulsen on behalf of plaintiff Justin Anderson.
Marty McLeod on behalf of Marquette Transportation Company, Gulf Inland, LLC.
All right, if you raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, good morning, Mr. Sutton. My name is Marty McLeod. I'm here to ask you some questions regarding the expert report you issued in connection with this Justin Anderson case. You're aware of that?
Yes, good morning to you.
Just for the record, could you state your full name and current address?
John Rodney Sutton. Address is 37391 Mike Fisher Road, Franklinton, Louisiana, 70438.
Okay. And do you have a current full-time employer?
I do.
And who are you employed by?
I'm employed with Heinz Furlong Line out of Paducah, Kentucky.
And what's your position there?
Captain of the motor vessel Mayetta Heinz.
And how long have you worked for that company?
I just transferred over to them in the spring. I think it was March.
All right. And is that the only vessel you work on? How do you
No.
say that? The Mayetta Heinz?
May, M-A-E, Etta is E-T-T-A, Heinz.
Okay.
And the answer to that is no. They've moved me around
You
quite a
work-
few times to fill in other
okay.
places.
Is the Mayetta Heinz the boat you primarily work on since you've been there?
Yes.
All right. What type of a vessel is it?
Inland towing vessel, 6,000 horsepower class. I've also worked on the 8,000 horsepower Ron Hunter and the 8,000 horsepower Tim P. Studdard.
And where does that company run its vessels? These three boats that you,
Those three boats primarily operate between St. Louis and New Orleans, primarily, though they are subject to go a little bit anywhere. I was on the Illinois River last month.
all right. And why did you, who were you working before that company?
Western Rivers Boat Management out of Paducah, Kentucky.
And at Heinz Furlonger, is that you a full-time captain? I mean, you worked that full-time? Meaning like 28 and 14?
Yeah, primarily 28 and 28.
And so you're not a trip pilot for them?
Well, I am a full-time trip pilot. I carry my own insurance, and I am classed as a trip pilot on their computer system.
Okay, but like, do they take taxes out of your wages or anything like that?
Yes, they do. I am a W-2 employee.
Okay, all right. And at Western Rivers, so you've always been a captain at your new company. Same thing at Western Rivers, captain?
Yes.
And how long did you work for Western Rivers?
Couple of years.
And what did you do for Western Rivers?
Same thing. 'Em. Move among their fleet of boats. I worked on the 8,000 horsepower Ron Hunter and the 8,000 horsepower Tim P. Studdard. And the answer to that is no. They've moved me around quite a few times to fill in other places.
All right. What type of a vessel is it?
A May, M-A-E, Etta is E-T-T-A, Heinz. primarily worked on their 6,000 to 8,000 horsepower class boats because those boats are outfitted with cooks, and I prefer to ride a boat that's got a cook on it. Though I did work on some of their 4,000 horsepower class boats that do not have cooks, but that was pretty rare.
All right, what are some of the names of the vessels you worked on for Western Rivers?
The Charles Strait, Earl Etheridge, Janus Strait, River Addison, Christopher D. Wilson, Riley Elizabeth, Tate Oglesby was one of the 4,000 horsepower class boats. I've worked for them exclusively for a couple of years prior to them, but over the last 10 or 12 years, I've worked for them numerous times over that 10 or 12 year period of time.
When you worked for Western Rivers, were you a trip pilot as well, classified as a trip pilot?
Yes, I was I was a regular employee this last couple of years that I worked for them, but prior to that, I was a trip pilot.
So would you say from 2023 to 2025, you were a trip pilot for working exclusively for Western Rivers?
Yes.
All right, and then you're
No,
saying,
I was a full-time employee at that period of time. I took benefits with them after I moved down here in January 23 because I just discovered that it was cost prohibitive to continue maintaining my personal insurance in this state. That was why I took a regular job there.
okay. And so prior to 2023, were you still working for Western Rivers, but only as a trip pilot, or who'd you work for prior to Western Rivers?
Prior to that, I worked for SCF Bungie.
How long did you work for them?
Close to 4 years.
What approximate what years did you work for them?
Honestly, well, let me look at this CV and see if it jogs the memory. I've listed here as self-employment, but from 14 to 23. And during that period of time, you look at the bottom of this list, over this 9-year period of time, I worked with the Army Corps of Engineers out of the Memphis district, Western Rivers Boat Management. I made a trip at Hunter Marine, which was the parent company of what we've got now at Heinz Furlong, SCF Bungie, and ACBL during that 9-year period of time.
Right, but I'm trying to go through, that's general and I appreciate that, but SCF Bungie, what particular years did you work for them?
I'm thinking that was probably 19 to 22. I was the captain of the motor vessel Dina Ann. I was a full-time regular trip pilot for them, running captain on the Dina Ann.
Okay, and so what were you doing from 22 to 23 before you started working for Western Rivers? We had to go through that.
I think I went back. I think I made some trips at Western Rivers in 22 and 23.
So you're working as a trip pilot for them?
Trip pilot for them.
All right. And if we go back
And-
go ahead.
Now that I think about it, I mean, my trip work at the Army Corps of Engineers was primarily in the fall. I know in the fall of 22, I was tripping at the Army Corps of Engineers because I bought my home in January 23. I know I went to look at it in the fall of 22. So I know I was on that, but working for the Army Corps of Engineers that fall.
All right. And what boat did you work on for the Army Corps of Engineers?
The motor vessel Mississippi,
And what type of boat is it?
inland towing vessel that is also inspected under Subchapter H regulations for handling passengers in addition to being a towing vessel.
Where did you work for them physically?
Between Richardson Landing, approximately mile 775 on the lower Miss, all the way down to Bell Chase.
And what were you primarily doing for them?
I was a contract trip pilot.
Yeah, I understand. What were you moving? What were you piloting?
Oh, the Army Corps of Engineers owns a bunch of mat barges for the riprap and protection of the banks of the Mississippi River, and that's primarily what they move during their towing season.
Right. So you would be moving barges full of revetment?
For the revetment, yes, we would. They have a yard in Richardson Landing, which is about 40 miles north of St. Louis. They have another yard at Delta Point at Vicksburg on the Louisiana side across from Vicksburg. And then they have another mat yard at St. Francisville, Louisiana. So we would load and move mats out of those three locations to wherever their project was for the year for laying revetment.
Okay. And from 2019 to 22 on the Dina Ann, for which you were the regular trip pilot for SCF Bungie, where did you go?
In those years, primarily Upper Miss, all the way to St. Paul, Lower Illinois River, St. Louis to Cairo, Cairo to New Orleans. We primarily turned around at St. Rose, Louisiana, just south of the Luling Bridge.
Okay. And for the 2 years for Western Rivers from 2023 to 2025, those 2 years where you worked on a lot of different boats, where did you go on those vessels?
Primarily a lot of the same routes that Tate Oglesby. I was in the Mississippi Sound from Back Bay, Biloxi over to Mobile and inland waters.
All right. And if we keep going back in time, prior to SCF Bungie and the Corps of Engineers, who would you have worked for?
The next listed company down, I went back to the passenger vessels, and I was the master of the steamer American Queen from 12 to 14.
And where would that go?
Oh Lord, we went a little bit everywhere on that boat. Upper Miss, St. Paul to Cairo, up the Ohio as far as Pittsburgh. We transited the entire 981 miles of the Ohio River. Tennessee River up to Chattanooga. The lower Miss from Cairo down to Algiers Point, downtown New Orleans. When I went to work there in 12, we were in the shipyard at Morgan City. When we first put that boat back in service, we had to bring it out of the canal from Morgan City, down the Atchafalaya River, across the Gulf to Southwest Pass, and then we come up the length of Southwest Pass and then up the lower Mississippi River from Southwest Pass all the way
But
to New
typically,
Orleans.
you were operating a passenger cruise vessel, right?
Yes,
For that 2
that's-
years.
that's what the American
Except for that
Queen-
one trip from Morgan City into the river,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
But this steamboat, what was the name of the steamboat?
That was the American Queen.
Okay, for the American Queen, would it typically dock in New Orleans and go to Memphis, or Memphis and New
Yeah,
Orleans?
we ran a lot between New Orleans and Memphis.
Okay, that was your primary route on that boat.
Well, we went everywhere in the western rivers, but we probably made more round trips between New Orleans and Memphis than we did anywhere.
Okay, all right, and so I've got a gap from between 2022, when you started working for the Corps of Engineers, and this 2012 to 2014 for the American Queen. So from 2014 to 2022, what were you doing?
Again, tripping for all of those listed companies.
Okay. All right, and one of them we hadn't talked about is Hunter Marine. How many times did you trip for Hunter Marine?
I only tripped for Hunter Marine once, and I believe that was in, I think that was in 14.
And what was the vessel, and where did you go?
That was the Ron Hunter, which I mentioned earlier as working on that boat for Heinz Furlong. And I think I brought that boat from New Orleans to Cairo and got off.
All right, so that was a one-time deal.
That was just a one-time deal.
When we're talking about this time period from 2014 to 2023, self-employed, how many days a year would you be working?
I pretty much average 180 days a year.
All
As
right.
far as employment, I've never worked excessively.
Okay. And another listed here in that time frame of 2014 to 2023 is Tennessee Valley Towing.
Yeah, I've worked for
How many times have you worked for them as a trip pilot?
just once as a trip pilot. Yes.
And do you know the vessel and where you went?
Oh man, you get me to thinking now. I think that was the Edwin L. Kennedy, I think. And I think that was a trip up the Tennessee River.
That would make sense. And would that have been a trip of like 28 days or maybe a couple of weeks, or you're not sure?
Mr. Marty, I honestly do not recall. That is getting pretty far back in my career.
All right.
I don't remember.
And what about Steel City Marine Transportation?
Yeah, I've tripped for Steel City quite a few times. They've
Where are they located?
near Pittsburgh. I think it was Neville Island, Pennsylvania, but I'm not. It was just near Pittsburgh, a suburb of Pittsburgh.
What vessels did you trip for them?
Oh, they had a boat called the Kevin Michael, the Gregory David, the Mary Lynn.
What kind of boats are those?
They're all inland towing vessels.
All right. And you're saying you worked quite a few times. Is that?
In my career,
Yeah.
I've actually known those people since I was a kid. I mean, dating way back into the 80s and 90s. I've worked for Steel City quite a bit.
Trip for them?
Trip for them over the years.
What areas have you tripped for them?
Primarily upper, lower Illinois.
Okay, and the last one I see here listed is American Commercial Barge Line.
Yes.
When were you a trip pilot for them?
I've been a trip pilot for them quite a few times off and on. I was working for ACBL as a regular trip pilot on the Cindy Celeste. I worked for them quite a bit between 9 and 12, because I went back on the American Queen in January of 2012, and I primarily worked for ACBL in the inland waters between New Orleans and Houston. And then at some point in the spring of 11, I come back out on the lower forum on the Cindy Celeste because they allowed me to train a friend of mine.
What boats were you working on for ACBL?
Where? When?
From 2009 to 2012.
I worked on several of their boats in the canal. I know I worked on the William Norman, the Marvin E. Norman, a couple of their 1800s. Their names escape me right now. And then, like I say, when I come back out of the canal, I worked for them. I worked in the canal primarily between 7 and 11.
I'm just talking about ACBL right now.
And that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I worked for them off.
The time frame, if you look at your resume, the
Yeah.
time frame on your resume is 2014 to 2023. You see that?
Yeah.
All right, you see at the second page at the top, well, the last person listed there from 2014. I'm going through this.
223 is ACBL.
Yeah, all right, so the question is, that time, and you talked about,
Yeah, and I don't recall what boat I was on in that period of time. When I was at ACBL during that period of time, that would have been in the Lower Miss.
okay,
I worked for them in the canal in that 7 to 11 range.
okay, so I appreciate the answer, but in terms of, you can't, for 2014, 2023, you list American Commercial
Yeah,
Barge Line. You're saying you
I
worked in
did
it,
work for them, but I don't recall which vessel.
but it was in the lower Mississippi River.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, if we keep going, you have 2007 to 2012. Again, you're back to being employed as a self-employed trip pilot.
Yes.
See that? For those period of time, it looks like you worked recent trip work with the following ports: Capital Inland. Is that right?
Yeah.
And where's Capital Inland based?
They don't even exist anymore. They were a Texas-based company that charter-operated Kirby boats.
All right. How long did you work for Capital Inland?
Just fill in here, there, and yonder. Made a couple of trips for them.
And do you remember the boats you worked on?
No, but I remember particularly where we were at. There was I was on one of their boats when there was a small hurricane that come ashore over around High Island. And I don't know what year that was. That was, I don't know. It was 7 or 8 maybe.
What were you towing for Capital Inland?
Liquid barges. Kirby contract.
And where were y'all going to and from, typically? Or do you remember those few times?
I know we were going to Houston, but I don't recall where we'd come from.
All right, and then next one is X-Time Marine Service.
Yep.
How many trips did you do with them?
I don't recall. Several. Again, in that period of time between 7 and 12, pilot trip rates were at a premium in the industry because basically the industry had a shortage of personnel with inland licenses. And I was making more money working in the canal than I could on a big barge line boat on the lower Miss. So that was why I worked in the canal during those years.
All right, and so for X-Time Marine Service, how many, like what years out of this 2007 and 2012, can you estimate when that time period would have been?
End of 7 through somewhere through maybe the beginning of 9, because I moved from EMS to ACBL in the canal. I had really had a falling out with those people over some of their crew changes, and I just decided to quit tripping for them, and I went to ACBL.
Okay. And do you know the vessels you worked on for X-Time Marine Service?
No, I don't recall that. That's getting too deep, too far back in my career.
And you're saying for X-Time Marine Service, you said the canal, so where would you be going to and from?
The majority of my work with EMS was various locations in the Mississippi River over to Houston. I think I made one trip to Corpus for EMS.
You think, you're not sure, or?
Well, that's too many years ago to just. I'm just recalling that. I know I ran to Corpus in that period of time, but I think I ran to Corpus more for ACBL than I did EMS.
Okay, how many trips total do you think you did for EMS?
Oh, I really don't recall because I was working 28 and 14 because that's what all of their boats worked at that period of time.
Okay. And then you list here again American Commercial Lines.
Yeah.
What period of time were you working from 2007 to 2012 for American Commercial Lines?
Well, again, either somewhere between the end of 8 and early 9, I moved from EMS to ACBL, and I worked with ACBL up until I left. Well, again, at some point I went into the river because I took a young guy with me and I trained him in the river, and I believe that started happening in early 11 because I knew I had just wrapped up training him when I left in 12 to go back to the American Queen.
Right. And when you were working for American Commercial Lines during this period of time, do you remember the names of the vessels you were working on?
Again, that was the Marvin E. Norman, William Norman, and I don't recall the names of some of those other boats that I was on. And they even pulled me, a time or two, they pulled me into their fleet in New Orleans to fill in at their fleet. So all of that's that whole period of time was just all ACBL, but majority of it was in the canal.
And where were you going to and from?
Anywhere in the Mississippi River here around New Orleans, over as far as Corpus.
All right, and then again, from 2007 to 2012, you have listed the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Memphis District. Is that the same people doing the same job we talked about earlier?
Yes, I've worked there. I started tripping there in 2008 and have done a little bit of work there, all but probably 5 or 6 of the years dating back to 2008.
Okay.
Mainly that boat is actually classified as a unlimited tonnage vessel, and it requires the same license that I have to do this steamer American Queen. That's what brings me to that boat, is overfilling upper level license requirement.
All right, and it looks like it says you also still worked from 2000, some point from 2007 to 2012 for SCF Bunge?
Bungie?
Bunge,
Yeah, I made some trips for them over the years.
and during that period of time, 2007, 2012, where were you tripping for them, SCF Bunge?
Primarily between St. Louis and New Orleans.
All right, and during this time period, you also referenced Griffco Transportation,
Griffco, yes,
and what did you trip for them?
in the canal.
And what period of time were you tripping for them?
Counselor, I can't give you an answer to that. I just know where I was. I was in the canal, shuffling hot oil barges between Corpus and Houston.
All right, and you don't remember? Do you remember the name of the vessels you worked on for them?
Again, lot of different vessels over there, and Griffco is no longer in business, and I don't even know what the names of most of those vessels are anymore. They've all been changed.
Where was Griffco based?
Houston.
All right.
It was a spinoff of Coastal Towing, and then that man that owned all that, his last name was Griffin. That's why it's Griffco.
All right, and then you also, can you think of any other information about your work for Griffco other than what we've talked about?
No, I mean, like I say, I was working on hot oil barges, and we were shuffling hot oil barges back and forth between Houston and Corpus Christi.
All right. And then you also list SCF Waxler for this 2007-2012 period. What'd you do for them?
Contract trip pilot.
What period of time were you working for them?
I don't recall. I recall that I was on the upper.
Remember the names of any vessels for SCF Waxler?
The Waxler name was the last name of that boat. I don't recall what that boat was. I know it wasn't terribly large. It was about 2,800 horsepower.
All right, and also during this period of time from 2007 to 2012, you left the Steel City Marine Transportation. Is that the same work
Same as above.
what you were
Yes.
doing before?
Yes.
All right. And now going forward to 2006, 2007, you list for Majestic American Line in Seattle, Washington.
Yeah.
And what did you do for them? You only worked for them for about a year or 2 years?
No, the company changed names. It was I went to work for Delta Queen Steamboat Company in December of '98. And in that period of time, after Katrina and a bankruptcy and all of that, those boats were sold off to some executives that were formerly from Holland America Line, the cruise ship line, and they bought out those steamboats, and that's when they created this Majestic America Line. At that time, I was their port captain.
So you worked for them as a port captain for about a year or 2 years?
Yeah, I filled in on rare occasion on the boats, but I was primarily their I become the port captain for all those passenger boats in August of '04. Worked for Delta Queen Steamboat Company up to the point that they changed names, and there was some kind of bankruptcy and whatnot that, as I recall, that took place after August of '05 when Katrina landed. We managed to keep the boats going barely between August of '05 up through earliest part of '06. And then the boats were sold, Majestic America Line was created, and that's where that particular company comes from.
Okay. And so then from 2002 to 2006, you list your employer as Delta Queen Steamboat, is that right?
That's right.
And so from 2002 to 2006, looks like you first worked as a relief master pilot.
Yes.
All right. And from that period of time, when you started in 2002, so you were just piloting the American Queen?
Well, I had actually gone back to them. There was another bankruptcy from the original company that took place after 9/11. And I went away for a short period of time in this 2001, 2002. So 9/11 happens. They literally filed bankruptcy within 10 days or so. So by the end of September, they were in bankruptcy and tied those boats up. And in that '01 to '02 area, I left those passenger boats and went back to towboats.
All right. But when you started in 2002, how long were you?
I was going back to that job and I worked on the boats from 2002 through August of '04.
Okay.
And
as,
then
as a
from
relief master pilot?
Yes. A first class pilot, you know.
Okay, and then it says from August 2004, December 2006, you were the port captain?
Yes.
And then security officer?
Yeah. Facility.
All right. So
Company security officer for the boats and facility security officer for Robin Street Wharf.
Okay, so you weren't working on the boats during that period of time?
On occasion, but more in the office than I was.
All right. And then you list from January 5 to December 2006 that, again, you're working as a port captain?
Yes.
All right. And again, that primarily was off the boat?
Yes, but occasionally my job required me to go fill in a schedule if there was an opening in the schedule.
Okay, and when you worked during this period of time of 2002 to 2006, that the steamboat, that was always operating in the Mississippi River, correct?
No, the old steamer Delta Queen, we took it to Galveston several times and over to Pensacola.
And when you took it to Galveston, how would you get it there?
Through the ICW.
And what did y'all go over to Galveston for?
Usually, usually it was in the wintertime associated with visiting the Strand over there during the holiday season.
Okay, and if we keep going, you've got 2001 to 2002, self-employed as a marine consultant and contract employee as a trip pilot.
Mm-hmm.
Who were you working from that period of time as a marine consultant for?
Doing a lot of this work in the courts
Expert litigation work?
expert litigation work. I actually started doing that in 96 or 7, something like that.
All right, and then, do you remember, I guess, this is a long time back, 2001, 2002, who you working for a trip pilot for, as listed in your resume?
Wow, I didn't list them on that CV because I just flat couldn't recall it. I'd almost guarantee that at some point in that period of time, Steel City would have been one of them because I've tripped for those folks a lot over the years. But I honestly, actually, it could have been some of that work could have been the parent company that was prior to Griffco that I mentioned earlier, because that was Coastal Towing.
All right, and then it looks like from 98 to 2001, again, you were working as a first-class pilot aboard the steamer American
American Queen and Delta Queen, Mississippi Queen.
And was that always operating in the Mississippi River?
Yeah, I don't think I ever took that Mississippi or Delta Queen into the canal during that period of time. So the answer would be yes, primarily in the river.
And then if we keep going back, 95 to 98, self-employed as a marine consultant and a trip pilot.
Yeah.
That's again where you were pretty much 95, 98 doing expert litigation work?
Yeah, I think I started in 96 doing litigation work, but
Can you identify?
I left Artco in 95. And I know I worked for Bluegrass Marine out of Paducah, which is technically John Paul Eckstein's brother-in-law, was who operated that company. He had various boats.
Do you remember anybody from 95 through 98 that you worked as a trip pilot on from this period of time, as listed in your resume, page 3?
Yeah, Bluegrass Marine.
All right, anybody else?
Factually knowing, I can't answer that. I would say I've done some work, just like I've listed here. I delivered several casinos. Our industry was booming in the 90s with riverboat casinos, and I'd done the delivery of numerous casino boats. I delivered a boat that went to Kansas City out of the canal. I come out of Jennings, Louisiana, and took it all the way up the river.
So you would, if once a new gaming casino was complete at the shipyard, they would hire you to do a trip to take it to its final destination?
They hired a man out of Florida by the name of Mel Longo. He run a company called Bayfront Marine, and I was employed by Bayfront. And we delivered the Judy's Prize. I done the sea trials.
The Judy's Prize, where did you take it to or from?
I took that from Morgan City.
To?
I think we halted that delivery in New Madrid due to high water. And then it later delivered to Kansas City. But I think that boat eventually went all the way to Kansas City.
Okay. But you went from Morgan City to the intercoast of the Mississippi River and took it upriver a little bit?
I took it all the way to New Madrid. Missouri,
All right.
which is up the lower, near, not far from Cairo.
What other gaming casinos did you deliver for
done,
Bayfront Marine?
Well, I wasn't working for Bayfront. I was working for Service Marine Shipyard out of Morgan City. I done the sea trials and the delivery of the Argosy 6 for Argosy Casino. We were in and out of the ICW and the Atchafalaya River quite a bit doing the sea trials, and then we eventually delivered that all the way up the length of the Mississippi River from Morgan City up the Mississippi River, and we went into the Ohio River, and we took that all the way to Albany, Indiana, which is just south of Cincinnati. That was a 400-foot long, 101-foot wide boat. Yeah, I think it was certificated for about 4,400 people. And then after that, I done the sea trials and delivery for the Caesar's Palace Glory of Rome. Again, done a lot of sea trials in and out of Morgan City. We took that boat out numerous times on sea trials. And then ultimately we done the delivery from Morgan City initially to Mount Vernon, Indiana. And then I worked on that boat the whole summer of 98, because that was my job right before I went to Delta Queen Steamboat Company. And then we ended up we took it initially to Mount Vernon, Indiana to load slot machines. We had to take it to the nearest town that was in Indiana in order to handle those slot machines. We loaded about 2,500 slot machines that summer, and then we ended up moving that boat on up to a piece of property that's in Indiana, but just south of Louisville, Kentucky. And I don't remember what that, it was always referenced for whatever that county was. I think it might have been Floyd County, but I won't swear to it. I think it was Floyd County.
Did you deliver any other gaming vessels other than those three or four? Three, I think.
Yeah, I took one from St. Louis to Dubuque, Iowa one time. That was a boat that had been resold by Argosy Casino.
Any others?
No, I think I was on four of those casinos over the years. No, I was on another one. Excuse me. I delivered a boat from Jennings, Louisiana, which is over near Lake Charles, at a shipyard in the Mermentau River. I took that one across the ICW, out across the Gulf of Mexico. We come in the Southwest Pass, come up the pass, all the way up the full length of the Lower Miss. We took the Upper Miss from Cairo to St. Louis, and then we entered the Missouri River, and I took it to Council Bluffs, Iowa, which is across from Omaha, Nebraska. It's like 615 miles up the Missouri River.
What was the name of that casino vessel, gaming vessel?
Ameristar 2. Same people that own that Ameristar Casino at Vicksburg owned it.
Any other gaming vessels that you remember
No,
delivering?
that would have covered them all.
Okay,
What's that, a total of 5?
5, yeah.
Yeah.
And so if we keep going, looking on page 3 of your CV, from 1989 to 95, you worked for American River Transportation Company?
I did.
And what was your position with them?
I was only on 2 boats regularly. I was on the Crimson Gem, which at the time was a 8,400 horsepower class boat. And then I was on the American Pillar, and that was a 10,500 horsepower boat. And then I tripped on several of their boats on my days off. I think I was on the Scarlet Knight, Co-op Ambassador,
What was,
Co-op Ambassador, yes.
okay.
And for ARTCO during this period of time, 89, 95, you're primarily
Pilot,
a pilot?
yes. I never stood a front watch for them.
Okay. So this part of your resume here where it says master and pilot of the triple screwed, you're really just working as a pilot?
Oh, over the years, I filled in as a master 3 or 4 or 5 days, whatever, here, there, and yonder. That my CV is accurate in the fact that I did stand a front watch, but I did not routinely stand a front watch for them.
Okay. And
There were occasions when somebody would be late coming back to work or whatever.
what types of barges were you towing for them?
They had both dry cargo grain barges and liquid barges. We moved a lot of soybean oil, corn ethanol, a lot of liquid barges.
And where were you primarily going to and from for ARTCO
Oh.
during that period of time?
Upper Miss, Illinois, the big boats, primarily St. Louis to Kenner Bend,
Okay.
Ama, Louisiana.
All right. Is there a reason why you left ARTCO?
Yeah. They would not transfer me off of any of those big boats. I was at the end of my tenure there. I was working on that 10,500 horsepower boat. I was in my early 30s, taking high blood pressure medicine, and I requested that they transfer me to a job, which they had 6 jobs, and they refused to transfer me. And when they refused to transfer me, I left.
You were wanting to work on a smaller boat?
I was wanting to work on any boat that didn't push 40 barges. I was willing to push up to 35, but I wasn't willing to push the 40. And that was the normal tow for that 10,500 horsepower boat, and they wouldn't let me off of it.
And at that one, you kind of stopped working and kind of went on your own doing this self-employment marine consulting? Is that when you started or around that period of time?
Yeah, I mean, off and on, I've even when I'm a contract trip pilot, I mean, I've worked lengthy periods of time for people that were willing to work me that way. But that was when I left there in 95, the end of 95, I didn't take full-time employment with anyone until I went to work at Delta Queen Steamboat Company in the end of 98. But that was a tumultuous time in our industry because the whole pilots agree issue where they were trying to unionize the river pilots had the industry pretty much in turmoil, but the whole year of 97 and the early part of 98, because they actually pulled the trigger on that pilot strike in the spring of '98.
Okay, and then from 87 through 89, you list Spartan Transportation from St. Louis, Missouri.
That's correct.
What did you do for them for that period of time?
Pilot and captain on various boats. That company ended up selling out to Ingram in 1989, and I think it was June of '89, because that was when I chose not to go to work for Ingram, and I got a job at Artco, and I went to work at Artco in June of '89.
What was the name of the large 10,500 horsepower vessel you worked for Artco?
American Pillar, Pillar. Still named that.
Did you have any incidents while piloting the American Pillar that kind of gave you the concern that you didn't want to keep doing it?
No, I was strictly over my own medical health. I mean, I was in my early 30s. I just couldn't reconcile. I mean, I felt good, and that was the only thing that I could attribute to the fact that I started taking high blood pressure meds, and I just didn't want to work at that level any longer. And that was the primary reason. The secondary reason was they basically moved us from moving 35 barges to 40 barges and didn't pay us anymore. So that was the secondary issue, is the fact that they put more work on us, but they were unwilling to pay for it.
All right. And what were the names of the boats you worked on for Spartan?
Wow, all of those were Greek names. The Spartan, Athena, Agamemnon, the Phaeton, Acropolis, Olympus, and I can't, I really can't recall them all, but
And what would they move? What types of cargo would they move?
they were primarily all dry cargo. Those at that period of time, that company was started out of a necessity from the original financier of all that equipment. There was a gentleman from Cincinnati, Ohio. His name was Carl Linder. He owned Great American Insurance. You might have heard of that. They do insure a lot of maritime equipment as well. But he owned the Great American Insurance, but he was also the financier of a lot of that equipment, and the industry was in really poor shape in the mid-'80s. And a lot of the equipment got repoed. And the history behind all of that is during the Reagan years, between 80 and 88, there was a 40% new investor tax credit. So all these millions and millions of dollars that were tied up in these towing vessels and barges. I think the sale, if I remember correctly, when they sold to Ingram, not only did they sell 10 towboats, but they sold like 380 barges.
All of the work for Spartan was in the Mississippi River?
Upper and lower and Illinois, and I think I've done some work on the Ohio for them, but primarily
Okay.
in the Midwest, Western Rivers.
And then what you have, that was from 87 through 89. What you have from, I guess before then, you say 97 to the present.
77 to the present.
77 present. Are there any other companies? You've got a bunch of companies listed here. Some of them are the same. Are there any from 97? Is that when you first got your your pilot's license?
No, I got my first pilot's license. A lot of this from '77 up. From '77 to '81, March of '81 was all deckhand and engineer time. I went in the wheelhouse on March 26th of 1981. This past March marked 44 years.
All right, so from 97 through 87, that 10-year period of time, was there any company that you worked for an extended period of time that's listed here? Or were you kind of just tripping for them?
And you're saying, you're saying.
Yeah, you look at the top of page 4.
Well, I pulled a CV off the back of a report.
No, that's fine. Look at your last time, at least the entry that I have, 97, it says 1977 to the present. You see that?
77, yeah.
77 to the present.
Yeah.
You got a bunch of companies there.
Yep.
And my question is, for any of those companies there, was there any of them that we hadn't talked about that you worked for an extended period of time? You know, like made tons of trips for? And could you give me the years roughly?
No, I mean, I worked for my father from 77 through this Sutton Towing Company. That was my father from 77 to 80. Hang on. We bought a boat named after me in '83. So
You worked for Sutton from 77 through 83 or after that?
yeah, I mean, I worked for a couple of. I worked some for Gemco as a pilot, and Twin City Barge Line as a pilot. Or
Let's just go through each one of them then.
yeah, because
Gemco Towing, what did you do for them?
that was the very first deckhand job.
How long did you work for Gemco?
The summer of '77. Very short period of time. I was just a kid, 15
right.
years old.
And then after?
Then in the summer, I went to work right after I got out of school in May of '78. I went to work for my father.
At Sutton Towing?
Yeah. As a deckhand.
All right. And how long did you keep working for Sutton?
All the way up until I graduated in May of '80. And then some. So I finished high school in May of '80. And then I worked up through all of '81 and most of '82 for my father. And then I went back to work for Gemco as a pilot in November of '82. That's when they started training me for the lower. And I worked there through.
When you say there, you're talking about at Sutton?
No, at Gemco, when I went back to Gemco.
Oh, when did you start back at Gemco?
In November of '82
Okay, and how long did you work for them during that period of time?
until May of '83, May maybe. And then I went to work for Newport, that's listed here. That was Captain Mike Gabar.
All right, what'd you do for Newport Towing?
Yeah, I was a pilot on a 9,000 horsepower boat.
You know the name of the boat?
Yeah, it was called the Gale Sea. Ingram owns it today.
And what type of tow work did you do for Newport on this vessel?
That was a large towboat that moved between St. Louis and New Orleans.
So you would be towing grain primarily?
Yeah, primarily the dry cargo. We occasionally had some liquid barges.
All right, and then, but you've got Twin City Barge Line listed during this period of time?
Yeah, and I don't recall exactly when or where. Huffman Towing, I worked there in that was in 83.
Well, let's stop at Twin City Barge Line. Was that work on the Mississippi River?
Yeah,
Okay. And would that be like maybe just a short period of time, months?
very, very short period of time. It was just a short trip.
Okay.
Industry was pretty sketchy in the early 80s. It was actually pretty hard to get work.
All right, and Huffman Towing, what'd you do?
I
for
know I
them?
worked there in 83. I was a pilot, young pilot. I wasn't but 21.
On what boat?
Oh, Lord, I worked on the Catherine L., Jane G. Huffman, Ruth D. Jones, H.F. Leonard, which has been renamed. That's the old Merlin Banta today.
And where did you work for Huffman Towing? What areas?
Illinois, Upper Miss. I think I made 2 trips up to Missouri, and and then from St. Louis to New Orleans on the Lower Miss.
All right. You've got Coastal Towing here. What did you do for Coastal Towing?
Hot oil barges. We moved hot oil barges between Corpus Christi and New Orleans, and
What year would you have worked for Coastal Towing?
I honestly can't answer that. I know at that period of time I did do some work for them, but I don't recall. We went a little everywhere with them boats.
All right. And you also have Delta Queen Steamboat. You worked for there for some period of time? Between 77 and 87, is that true? Or
Yeah, that
What-
was again listing them as another company that I had worked for up through present. I had just worked with oodles and oodles of companies that don't even exist today.
Yeah, but for that from 77 through
The
80
present
through
yeah.
87.
Well, no, I didn't. You keep saying 87, but I mean.
Well, I guess the point is for Delta Queen, we've talked about all of your
We've
work
already
that you've
talked
done.
about all of
That's
that.
all I'm trying to do.
Okay. I understand that.
And you also have, we talked about Newport and Still City. We all talked about all your work for Still City.
Yes, sir.
And here it says you work for Marquette. When did you work for Marquette?
Wow, that was way back in the 80s. I don't recall. I recall the boat. I was on the original, and I say the original because it burnt and they ended up scrapping it. I was on the very original KA Eckstein. It was a triple screw, 6,600 horsepower boat that primarily ran from St. Louis to New Orleans.
And that was what they call a line haul boat.
Yeah.
And so that was what you were doing for Artco that you stopped working for, kind of.
Yeah. That was primarily a line haul company. Yeah.
Okay. And that was the Marquettes that you're aware of the different divisions in Marquette, or do you have any idea about that?
You know, they've changed names so many times. I believe they were Marquette Transportation. They've been called other things over the years.
But that was the Marquette that was based in Paducah.
Yes.
You would report to Paducah.
Yeah, that particular reference in my CV was the Paducah-based company.
Do you remember who you reported to when you worked at Marquette?
Too many years ago. That was in the 80s.
How long did you work for Marquette, would you say?
That was only one single trip. Well, no, I will take that back. I did make trips on the Joe Pat and the John Paul Eckstein over the years as well, because I recall who I was working with. But again,
That was also on the Mississippi River?
well, yeah, Ohio and lower Mississippi River.
All right, and you list here contact carriers. What years did you work for them?
Connie Carriers.
Yeah.
That was Continental Grain Company. That was in. That would have had to have probably been about 95, because I worked with Captain Pat Jameson. And Pat Jameson was the man that talked me into getting started doing this work in the legal support, because he had done it for years.
Okay, and all of this work for contact carriers, that was also in the Mississippi River?
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. I would say, yeah, it was St. Louis to New Orleans, I believe. I might have done one trip up the upper form. I don't have clear recollection on that.
All right, you have Riverboat Management, Inc. When did you work for them?
Riverboat Management was one of those companies that was delivering. They were associated with that Caesar's Palace, Glory of Rome casino boat.
All right, and we've already talked about that.
We've already talked about that. I sat on that boat the whole summer of '98, and they were my employers at that period of time.
What about Ingram Barge Company? When did you work for them?
I made a trip over there in 1989. After, it was at some point in the fall after I'd actually went to work for Artco ADM, and they were still, Ingram was not spooled up good enough to have enough crews for 10 additional boats that they had bought earlier that summer when they bought all of the Spartan transportation equipment. So I went over and filled in at some point in the fall of '89.
Okay, and do you know any specific boat that was or anything like that? And where that would have been the Mississippi River as well? For Ingram?
I think I was on the Upper Miss.
Upper Miss?
I think I was on the Athena. They've changed the names of all of those boats, so.
Okay. And that would have just been for a short period of time in '89?
Yeah, it was just a short trip.
Okay.
Just filling a need for a pilot.
All right, and you've got here Material Service Co. When did you work for them?
Yeah, they were out of Chicago. I went and rode that boat. They thought they wanted to get in the business of moving coal from Chicago out of a coal mine in Corn Island, Indiana, up to Chicago, and I went and got on that boat, and I rode as a third man, an additional pilot to train the individuals that were on there. And I want to say I got on at Alton, Illinois, and we went down the upper to Cairo. We turned in the Ohio River. We went up the Ohio River to Corn Island, which is above Owensboro, Kentucky. loaded some coal barges and we brought them back. And I got off the boat when it got back to St. Louis.
Okay. Can you think, other than what we've discussed, can you think of any other companies that you work for as a trip pilot or on any other capacity?
Right now, I have no recollection, and I'm sure there's a possibility that there were some other companies, but I just, even when I penned my CV, I didn't recall them at the time. We've talked about everything that's on my CV today.
Yeah. Do you know when you prepared this CV last?
When it was updated last?
Yeah.
The last time I changed jobs this spring.
Okay. So is there a new resume? Because I've got the resume that I have indicates that you're still at Western Rivers.
Well, no, it says 25 to present.
We're talking about the same.
Yeah, right here where yours on the 25 to present, it says Heinz Furlong right there.
No, I've got my enclosure 3 is just the old resume. Maybe you could get a copy of the new one. It's probably the same.
Give him that one. That was a,
Okay. Yeah, see, this in the resume that you just produced, it says self-employed contract pilot, but when we talked about it, I thought you said that you're actually currently a payroll employee of Heinz Furlong Line, working full-time?
I'm a full-time regular trip pilot.
Okay.
I have my own benefits.
Okay. So that means you work about how many days a year for them?
Well, I'm going to work more this year because I'm covering from a young man that's starting a family here. So between now and the end of the year, I'm going to work quite a bit. But normally I work 28 and 28, relieving an individual on that Mayetta Heinz.
How many trips have you made this year?
Oh. I worked on the Ron Hunter, the Tim P. Studdard, the Mayetta Heinz, and I just got off the Ron Hunter again last Wednesday. So I've been out 4 different times for them since March.
And how many trips did you make in 2024?
Oh, I was working for Western Rivers and I couldn't tell you. I mean, I didn't work as much in 24. For personal reasons. But I don't know. I made, if I recall my tax situation this last year, I made $150,000, $60,000 for Western Rivers, and I done other work on top of that. So I don't know how many trips it was. I never tracked it.
Like,
But I was with Western Rivers.
yeah, is it less than 4, more than 4?
Oh, it would have been more than 4.
More than 4, less than 10?
Yeah, it would have been less than 10.
What about in 2023? How many trips did you make?
Oh, I don't track how many days. I mean, I'd have to go back and review tax docs just to have anywhere remotely close to an idea, or request C-service letters from the companies.
Is it fair to say for like the last 10 years, you're averaging before whatever companies you're working for between 4 and 10 trips over the last 10 years?
I don't put it into that. I mean, total days, I have worked, somewhere between 170 and 200 days a year.
Okay. That's all I'm trying to get a ballpark.
Yeah. Yeah, 182 is basically month on, month off.
All right. This seems to be a big, decent stopping point. Let's take a 5-minute break.
We're now off the record. The time is 12:16. We're now back on the record. The time is 12:27.
All right. We were going through your employment history and we talked about it. And on several occasions, you talked about going through the canals. And I assume when you were using that term, you're talking about the Gulf Intercoast Waterway.
Gulf Intercoastal Waterway.
All right. And to summarize, what are the main companies that you worked for when you would have done that, operated on the Gulf Intercoastal?
Coastal Towing, Griffco, that Capital Inland, EMS, ACBL, and the whole Coastal, Griffco, the third name in there that is all the same boats and everything, and it's not on my CV that I know of, is a company called Genesis. So somehow in there was some buyouts. The same port captain was there over the years. As I sit here and reflect on it, there's a possibility that I would have been on some of the Genesis boats back there in the canal as well.
Okay.
But again, to be able to sit here and just absolutely positively, I've already listed the ones that I knew of. Genesis would have been the only thing that we would not have previously discussed.
Yeah, did Genesis, did they purchase a company? Is that where you started working for Trip? Were you employed by them or you just tripped for them some?
It was trip work. I was never permanently employed there. It was just trip work over the years.
How many trips did you make with Genesis?
I don't recall, but the port captain that was at all three of those companies was a man named George Brumley. In fact, George died in their employment. He had got cancer over the years, but he was with all of those companies. They were all the same group of boats, but three different names. That was a pipeline company that bought out all of that Griffin equipment, and they formed a company called Genesis.
What time frame would that have been?
Oh, Mr. McLeod, I could not more tell you and the man in the moon.
Yeah, they're not listed on your CV.
They're not listed on the CV, but
10
again,
years ago, 15 years ago?
Oh, it would have easily been 15 years ago.
Okay. When's the last time that you were regularly working for a company on the Intercoastal?
My ACBL work. All that work between when I left the steamboat company in the end of the summer of '07, the very first trip I made was for that Capital Inland.
Okay.
And that was in the canal.
Yeah, what year was the last time you were regularly working on a daily basis in the Intercoastal Waterway? What year? Based upon your resume and your recollection.
It would have been ACBL. Somewhere between the end of 10 and the beginning of 11.
Okay. And when you were working for ACBL, where were you working from?
Anywhere from exclusively in the Intercoastal Waterways, it would have been from the greater New Orleans, Baton Rouge area over to Houston and Corpus.
All right, and prior to that 2007, 2008 time, prior to that, when was the last, and how long in the 2007 to 2008 time frame, how long were you actually working in the Intercoastal? What period of time? How long?
Back to my earlier testimony, between the summer of '07 and when I moved out onto the river for ACBL, which I believe was the beginning of '11. So in that 3.5 year period of time, I exclusively tripped in the canal for either EMS or ACBL.
Okay.
And, well, I said exclusive, and that's not true. I just got through telling you that my very first trip in the canal was for Capital Inland. So I had 3 that I sat here and recall today. I worked for Capital Inland, EMS, and ACBL from, say, late summer of '07 through the period of time that ACBL put me back out on the river. I was working in and out of the Gulf Intracoastal Waterway
All right.
between Corpus and New Orleans.
And in that period of time, were you also working as a trip, kind of the 28 on and 28 off, or how were you working? How many days a year were you working?
Now, a lot
in that period of time?
well, at EMS, I was pretty much working 28 and 14 because all of their boats worked 2 for 1. When I was at ACBL, as I sat here today, I believe those trips to have been month on, month off when I was working for them.
Okay. And so,
I could have worked more than that, but at a minimum, I worked that.
right, and so obviously we're here today to talk about the Brazos floodgates. So
Correct.
for those companies, for ACBL and what's the name of the other one that you work for? You said EMS.
Well, Yeah, that
For
was
that period of
Ex-Time
time,
Marine.
yeah, Ex-Time Marine. How many times would you say during this period of time would you have gone back and forth through the Brazos floodgates?
Oh, that I don't recall. I could give you, in the entirety of my career, I'd say I've been through there between 10 and 15 times. And I mean, some of that would date back all the way into the 90s for other companies.
Yeah.
But in the entirety of my career, I know I've made, and when I say 10 or 15 times, I'm talking about I've been over there and back. So, I mean, whatever boat I was on transited that. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I recall how many times I was on watch, but I know the boats that I've rowed have been over there and back.
Yeah, well, you know where I'm going.
Yeah.
Okay,
You want to know how much experience I've got back here.
There's no secret, right? You
No,
know? Okay.
but I've
let me
been
finish.
through
Let me finish. You've been through there 10 or 15 times total.
Yes.
All right. And is that 10 times both going east and both coming west, or is it just a combined going back and forth 10 or 15 times?
I'd say it's 10 to 15 times round trip. How many times I've been east and west, I absolutely could not sit here and tell you. But I'm posted enough I can go to Corpus today and wouldn't hesitate to get on a boat.
Yeah, but I appreciate that. I know you want to talk about that, but I'm asking you specific fact questions, that I need to know. So you're saying you've been, best you can recall in your entire career, 10 to 15 round trips.
Correct.
All right, and of those 10 to 15 times, you can or you cannot say how many times you're on duty.
I cannot.
Can you say heading westbound how many times you've been on duty?
Again, I just told you, I cannot recall how many times I've been through there. I have been through the area enough times to be very familiar with it.
I understand that, but that's up for somebody else maybe to decide. I'm
Okay.
asking you fact specific, you know. So
I-
when you were on the wheel going westbound, can you remember specifically how many times you've done it going westbound while you were at the wheel?
I've already answered that. I have no recollection.
Okay, and is it the same thing for eastbound? You can't say you don't have a recollection?
I cannot.
Okay.
Too many years.
And you can't say the last time that you navigated a boat, inland towboat, heading eastbound through the Brazos floodgates, correct?
It would have been in the previous discussed period of time between 7 and 11.
I'm just,
I don't.
Do you have any specific recollection of the last time you piloted a vessel eastbound through the Brazos floodgates?
You're asking for specifics, and the answer would be no.
Yeah. And I noticed that also in your expert report, right? Because if you had specific recollection about how many times you had navigated eastbound through the Brazos floodgates, you would have put that there because that would have established that you had great experience navigating through there, correct? Did you think about putting that in your report, yes or no?
I did not.
You didn't think about it one way or the other?
I didn't feel it was really necessary.
Right. When's the last time you've actually even been over to the Brazos floodgates?
As in, on a boat?
In a
Or-
boat?
or
in
period?
In a person?
Well,
However?
we've discussed the period in which I've been over there on a boat, but I've not specifically went in connection with this case.
All right. So in terms of whatever kind of posted signs there may be in the Brazos floodgates about creating a wake or not creating a wake, you haven't gone to personally investigate that to determine, correct?
No, specific signage, no.
All right. What's the highest level of education you've attained?
High school.
All right, and where did you graduate high school?
Imperial, Missouri, Windsor High, 1980.
All right, did you go work on boats right after high school, or what'd you do?
Oh, I was, during summer breaks, I started working on towboats when I was 15 years old. So, but yeah, I went immediately to work on towboats after I graduated high school.
Okay, and so you never attempted to get any kind of a college education or anything?
No, I knew what I wanted to do when I come out of high school.
All right. And in terms of your credentials, have you ever taught at any kind of a Seamen's Church class or other maritime class, anything to do, with this business, with the maritime world?
No.
And your license, you're on your 11th issue of your Coast Guard license, Master.
Aye.
I'm sorry.
I am.
And
I've held various licenses through the years, but that is the 11th issue.
and when did you get your first license?
March of 1981. It was a second class OUTV license, the original.
And going back to the issue of the Brazos floodgates, can you name any vessel that you piloted through the Brazos floodgates heading eastbound?
No, I mean, I've told you earlier which companies I was employed with, but I can't drill down and give you specific names of the vessels.
All right. Do you know, do you have a specific recollection of the widest barges that you've ever towed through the Brazos floodgates?
54 foot.
And what type of barge was that?
It would have been a liquid barge.
Do you ever recall if you ever towed a Kirby barge through, heading eastbound through the Brazos floodgates?
If I did, it was on the Capital Inland boat because that was a Kirby contract.
But you don't have a specific
I have
recollection?
no recollection as we sat here today.
Okay. All right, in going through your publications, you wrote an article called The Tow Boatman's Guide to Federal Regulations.
Yes, sir.
And do you have a copy of that?
I do at home, yeah.
You can get a copy of it. How many pages is that?
About yay thick.
And what does it discuss?
The Tow Boatman's Guide to Federal Regulations was developed between myself and a man named Richard Block out of Houma. He operated a company called Marine Education Textbooks. And after I met Richard in early 94, at some point through late 94 and the early part of 95, we were discussing the fact that all of the federal regulations that pertain to the towing industry at that period of time was scattered throughout numerous codes of federal regulation. And what we attempted to do with that publication was bring them all under one cover so that mariners would have one source to educate them as to what codes of federal regulation pertain to the towing industry at that period of time. Now, as the industry has evolved, we've gone through numerous licensing changes, and in more recent years, we've gone through the inspection process for towing vessels. That publication is essentially null and void because what we have today under the guise of our new subchapter M regulations, that pretty much brings everything into one publication now. So
What were the topics or chapters that were covered in that?
it particularly whatever applicable regs there were in mostly in the 33 CFRs and the 46 CFRs. A lot of it to do with the tankerman regulations, tank barges in the 33s, a lot of the regulations pertaining to the towing vessels. You know, we went through a requirement in 97, 6 or 7, when we all had to go get radar certifications. So, you know, that was shoehorned into the 33 CFRs. But basically, we attempted to create one publication that had all the references in it, and that was done initially in 95, and then we revisited it and republished it again in 98 with some updates. Because, like I say, in 97, there had been some regulatory changes that took place in the wake of the 1993 Big Bayou Canot Amtrak accident.
Does either the 95 edition of the Tow Boatman's Guide to Federal Regulations or the revised edition of 98 discuss the inland rules of navigation?
I actually, as I said here today, I don't think the rules had been codified yet. They were out there, but at some point Congress actually codified the rules and put them into code. But I don't think they were in code at that period of time.
So
I think
the
that's
answer-
I think that's happened since '98.
So you think my answer to the question is no, that this Tow Boatman's Guide to Federal Regulations
I
does
do
does not include about the inland navigation rules?
As I said here today, I don't believe it does.
All right. Does this Tow Boatman's Guide to Federal Regulations, does it contain some interpretive material, meaning that you would see a regulation and
No.
then make comments on it, or literally it was like excerpts of it?
Absolute excerpts.
Okay.
There were no excerpts or interpretations, I should say,
Okay.
beyond the foreword of the book in which we explained why we were publishing it.
All right. And then in '95, you got listed that you wrote a document called The Predicament of Lower Level Licensed Mariner.
That was an article that I penned for United States Coast Guard's own magazine. They have their own magazine called The Proceedings.
How long was that article?
4 or 5 pages.
Okay.
It's hanging on my wall in my office, so.
And what did it discuss specifically?
Specifically, the article that I wrote to the Proceedings was discussing a wintertime man overboard event. And the Coast Guard had a process by which people could submit articles and they would publish them, because at that period of time, the Coast Guard was real big into what they had penned as lessons learned, from mariners.
Well, the '95 document titled The Predicament of Lower Level Licensed Mariner, I guess my question is in that 4 or 5 page article, what were you saying was the predicament? That you were writing about that concerns you?
That was a separate article about the predicament.
Well, that's what I was asking.
I apologize. I wrote 2 different articles to the Proceedings magazine, but the predicament of the lower level licensed mariner article, as I sat here today, I think it referenced the extreme contrast for what the education process was for the mariner. And for the most part, mariners were taught nothing about the CFRs, the lower level licensed mariners, in contrast to individuals like Captain Fazoli, who were college educated and were introduced into the codes of federal regulation and what was applicable in a maritime setting. And having gone to several what we call exam cram schools myself, basically all they really taught us was, here's the questions to the exam, you need to memorize them, and they didn't really teach us anything about the codes to federal regulation.
Okay, so that kind of went hand in hand with the reason that you had written the Tow Boatman's Guide to Federal Regulations, is you felt there wasn't enough information out there to help educate lower level licensed mariners to what the code of regulations were, so that they knew them and knew how to follow them, basically.
You've said it better than me. The answer would be yes.
Okay. And so the only other one, a publication article, you've got an article that says 996, a fall overboard from an inland towing vessel.
Yes.
What was that about?
That was about a wintertime fall overboard on one of the previous boats that I had named. It was a Steel City boat. We were on the Illinois River, and my mate slipped off the barges. It was a extremely cold morning, so cold that it was actually foggy on the river, and the fog, along with the ridiculous temperatures, had created a frost on the barges that, it was just sticking up 1/4 to 3/8 of an inch on the barges. I mean, these crystals. And as he was turning me loose from the fleet at Hennepin, Illinois, about mile, I don't know, I think it's 214 or something like that on the Illinois River, he slipped off of a barge and fell between the fleet and my tow. And, it was just a really unfortunate accident because, this man, he was very experienced, but, he had a wife that was 7, 8 months pregnant when he done that. And, it was a shock for him. He had to really kind of figure out whether he wanted to continue his career or not, because we do have unfortunate accidents like that in our industry. And it happened.
You were at the wheel?
I was at the wheel when it took place. His brother-in-law was actually the deckhand on watch with him. I happened to look up from writing in my log, and I could see his brother-in-law running down the barges, waving his hands in the air to get my attention when I looked up. And it was just quicker to step out the door and holler at the guy, what's going on? And he said, I hear so-and-so screaming, but I can't find him. I think he's man overboard. I stepped back into the pilot house, triggered the general alarm, got other people up to assist, and they went out on the barges, and we managed to recover the guy, which was a pretty good feat because the guy was, 6'3" or 4" and pushing 300 pounds, and he was in a soaking wet set of Carhartt coveralls and work boots and weighted down, and it was actually turned into quite a job to actually recover that man. So the article recounted that story.
Were you underway at that point?
No, we were still in a fleeting area. We had been picking up barges during the night.
Okay. And but you were able to safely recover him?
We did safely recover him. That individual, when we got him back to the boat, I was still tied off on the stern, and I went downstairs and whipped out my pocket knife and just cut the laces out of his boots in order to facilitate us getting him stripped and get him into a shower to start warming him up. And while we were doing all that, this fleet tug that was in the harbor assisting us went off to their dock to grab a local EMS team that had been called at the same time that all of this was going on. And that water was so cold that morning that it actually blistered his skin. He was so red that he looked like he had been laying on a beach at Daytona in the middle of the summer. So,
Was he injured?
Only to the degree that he worked with his Carhartt coveralls pushed up to his elbows, and when he went in the water and he was wet, and he come back when he put his forearms down on the steel deck of the barge when they were trying to pull him up, he stuck to the barge, and he left multiple layers of skin on the barge when they picked his
Just because the
arms.
weather was cold?
Oh, it was brutally cold, yeah.
No other injuries you're aware of than that?
No other injuries. I actually took him off of work rotation and was going to send him home. And we could not get him off of the boat later that day because there was literally a snowstorm coming in between St. Louis and Hennepin, Illinois, kind of crossing like across Springfield, Illinois. And I ended up having to hold him on the boat for a couple of days with no work before I sent him home, but I sent him home for a couple of weeks to take a break after having that man overboard event. And,
Is that the only man overboard event you've had?
no, I was involved in a man overboard. I was in bed when the general alarm rang, but I was involved in the recovery of a man in 2008 at ACBL in the wintertime. It's in February. And we were in the Armont fleet close to Oak Alley Plantation. And that individual was on a brand new barge. It had really good non-skid on it. But what it had was hard cracked corn that was laying on the deck. There was cargo on the barge. And when he walked, kind of vigorously to the corner to go around the edge of the coaming to go down the side of the barge and turn the captain loose, he hit that hard cracked corn and just shot out into the river and had a man overboard right there. And
Is that the only other incident you've been involved in for a man overboard in your career?
no, I was on an ACBL boat. I don't know, within 3 or 4 months after that, and ACBL had another man overboard, which I was in the bed for. I was on that boat, but one of our guys went to step from one loaded barge to another. They were varying heights. And he done exactly what safety rules say don't do. He stepped on a deck fitting. And when he stepped on top of a timber head as a step stool to get up on the next barge level. And when he did, he went straight in the water right there because he slipped off top of that timber head. And ACBL discharged him that very next day for breaking that safety rule. So that I've been in 44 years, I've been involved in 3 man overboards.
And only one when you're at the wheel.
Only one when I was at the wheel. But I was physically present in that second one to actually try to recover that man.
Yeah, for the one that you were at the wheel, did you have to take any evasive action?
No, the boat was tied up.
Okay. You're sure about that? You're sure about that?
Absolutely.
All right. For this article that you wrote, I guess what was the purpose of the article that you wrote it?
I wrote it at the urging of Captain Richard Block, recounting the lessons learned, and submitted it to the proceedings, and they chose to publish it. At the time, the big admiral for the Coast Guard here had left New Orleans. His name was Admiral Jim Card, and he had left the 8th Coast Guard District here in New Orleans and had went to headquarters. And when he did that, he started an initiative in the mid-90s in that same period of time called Prevention Through People. And the whole purpose of PTP was to really drill down and find root causes and determine what the Coast Guard has since identified as lessons learned.
Yeah, what were your lessons learned, if you recall, from that incident?
I don't recall the details of the article as I sat here today. I mean, I wrote that in the late 90s, but I mean, basically it was, what actions that everybody should be aware of their surroundings. And most
Do you remember
man overboards Most man overboards are generally rooted in some manner of your own physical awareness of where you're placing your feet.
Do you remember whether he was wearing all his PPE that day?
I don't recall.
Like, was
as
he
I
wearing a
said there-
flotation? You just don't remember?
Well, I know he had a life jacket on,
Okay.
and I know he had proper foot attire, but beyond that, for PPE, I don't recall. I mean, that man overboard on the Illinois River that was on the Steel City boat, that was after dawn. I mean, it was 7:30 in the morning, maybe. I mean, sun was well up, so I don't know whether he had a headlamp, but I mean, he went in after daylight anyway.
All right. And in going through your education and training, it looks like most of your education and training relates to, completing courses, that allow you to keep your certification and recertifications with your Coast Guard licenses and endorsements. Is that fair representation?
That's fair representation.
All right. You've never taken any courses or completed any courses sort of in accident reconstruction, have you?
No, I'm not aware of any for the maritime industry.
And have you taken any separate, setting aside for something the Seamen's Church to keep your license, have you taken any separate courses related to the inland rules of navigation?
Only the refresher courses that are required by some of the marine employers.
To keep your license, right?
Well, no, to keep your license, that's just a company requirement. As far as rules of the road, I've been tested on rules of the road in 1981 when I went and got my 1,600-ton license in about 1990.
But all your training relates
And
to
then-
when you were getting your licenses, for purposes of your license. I'm
Yeah.
talking about some other courses where you might have gone to Delgado or some
No, the
other
only time I've
college.
ever been tested on rules of the road or in conjunction with obtaining licenses.
Okay. And all the employers that you work for as a trip pilot, they allowed you to work for them on the basis that you had appropriate licenses and inspections and endorsements to operate those particular areas of waterways?
Yes.
Okay. And that's common in the industry, right? That the maritime employers in the towboat industry, they rely upon the licenses that the Coast Guard issues to determine initial qualifications to operate as a licensed pilot or trip pilot or relief captain or captain, correct?
For the most part, that has evolved. Prior to
Well, that's how it's always worked for you when you've gotten hired by all these companies. If I went and got your employment records from those companies, they basically write upon your license.
no, that all changed when anybody that had a operator of uninspected towing vessel license at the time, during a period of time, was grandfathered into the new master of towing vessel license over a 5-year phase-in period between May of '01 and May of '06. So after that, once we moved into the new licensing regiment that occurred in '06, from that point on, marine employers had to send these individuals through essentially apprenticeship program. And the apprentice mate licensing structure. Now, many employers, particularly, well, let's talk about Kirby. Kirby, for years and years, it was widely known that Kirby would not employ anyone that they didn't have a hand in their training that was on their first issue license.
But for you, every company you work for, they relied upon your license. You've shown them your license, you've shown them your experience, and they've said, okay, we hire you.
Well, to the degree that many of my employers over the years started initiating continuing education, if you will, through a lot of these training programs. A lot of that, a lot of these training, like the Moxie Media videos and online training that I've taken over the years, has really been in the wake of the fact that it's come to light.
Yeah, I hear you. You got to listen to my question. My question is very specific, and you're not answering my question with all due respect. Very simple question. If we went through to all these employers that you've piloted for, the way that they hired you is that you sent them your resume and your license, and they hired you based upon the fact that you had a appropriate master's license. Yes or no?
I object to the form as argumentative. Answer.
And we may get to that.
Oh,
We-
sorry. Object to the form as argumentative. You
We
may answer.
may get to that, your personnel records, but I'm trying to make it simple. For all, if I went back and looked at
It's not that
Marquette,
simple.
if I,
Just one at a time.
okay, what, name an employer that has required you to take extra steps to prove that you can work for them before putting you on their vessel that you've been hired by, of these companies that we've listed. And we'll be able to double check because we'll be able to go get their records, but I'm asking you today, which companies of all these listed here, and we've gone through a bunch of them, have required you to take extra steps when they hired you before allowing you to captain their vessels, other than you providing them with your work experience and your license?
Let me just enter an objection to the extent it calls for speculation. You can answer.
You're asking specifically about me.
Yeah.
I don't know that any of them have done that for me.
Okay.
But with that stated, I'll go back to my original statement earlier. That has evolved and changed in this industry as of when licensing changed.
All right. And I assume, back to the floodgates question, I assume since you can't remember the last time you piloted a vessel eastbound through the Brazos locks, I assume you can't recall what speed you were going when you did so.
I have no direct recollection, but I think you mischaracterize what I've told you earlier. I do have recollection of at an annual basis, but not a specific vessel or time.
And you can't recall for those, whatever it was we talked about, where you don't recall the speed you have gone through when you've been a pilot, correct?
I have navigated the floodgates, both Brazos and Colorado, and absolute hundreds of locks. And I've never navigated them at 6.3 miles an hour.
And you have never navigated?
Yeah, never navigated locks at 6.3 miles an hour.
Yeah, and that's great. But again, that's not my question. My question was, as we sit here today, you have no specific recollection of when you have navigated the Brazos locks eastbound, the speed that you've gone. Since
No.
you can't even tell me one vessel you've gone it on, correct?
I know when I was there.
That's great. I'm just asking, you can't tell me a vessel you've navigated
The answer
through,
to that is no.
and you can't tell me the speed you've gone through, correct?
A specific speed, no.
Well, general speed. Since you don't have a recollection, how can you say what speed you've gone through in the past?
Because I know what safe speed that I travel at when I'm in locks and floodgates.
Okay, this is not a lock though, is it?
No, this is a floodgate.
Then why are you using the word lock?
They're one and the same.
They're not. You think they
They
are?
have locked gates.
You think a lock? You know the
No,
difference.
I don't
you know.
know.
Come
I'm
on.
not-
You don't even know the difference between a lock and a floodgate. Is that what you're telling me?
Object to
You don't
the-
know what that difference? I mean, come on.
Object to the form
This is a
argument if you
floodgate.
can answer.
Okay, so it's not a lock. So the use of a term lock has nothing to do with this case, correct?
It's a Corps of Engineers facility.
Great. That's not my answer. You have trouble answering my question. This is the use of the word lock in this case is totally irrelevant because this is a floodgate, right? They swing open and you transit through, correct? There's nothing lock about it where you have to adjust the levels of the water, correct?
Object to the form.
This is a floodgate.
All right, it's not a lock, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So when we talk about, there's no reason to even mention the word lock in this case, correct? Correct?
It's not a lock.
Okay, there's no reason to mention lock in this case, right? Because it has nothing to do with a lock,
It's
correct?
a very similar facility to be navigated.
But it's not a lock, correct?
It's not a lock. We've covered that.
All right. Well, then why do you keep using the word lock in this case? That's what I want to know. You think they were one and the same, or are you using them interchangeably for some reason?
I've already told you they weren't.
Okay, well then why would you use the word
Don't be
lock?
argumentative about it,
I'm not. I'm just trying to understand why you're using the word lock when it's not a lock.
because they're very similar in how you navigate them.
Well, but they're different, right?
They are different,
Okay.
but they are very similar.
At any company that you ever worked for, did they give you any guidelines about the speeds that you should travel through the Brazos locks?
I've never been given any guidance. That's rooted in experience.
They leave it to the discretion of the pilot, correct? All the companies you worked for in your entire period of life, correct?
They leave safe navigation to the individuals that are hired to navigate the vessels.
That are on duty, correct?
That's correct.
There's a mention in here in 2003 you completed an 8-hour course for continuing education in Louisiana State Department of Insurance Licensing.
That's correct.
What was that about?
I held a producer's license in this state for selling insurance. I sold AFLAC to maritime employers.
All right. Have you ever taken any courses on the proper speed or way to navigate the Brazos floodgates?
Of course not.
Did any company ever provide you with any on-the-job training about the manner and speed and way to properly navigate the Brazos floodgates?
No.
Did any company that you ever worked for ever give you a job aid that gave you instructions about how to properly navigate the Brazos floodgates?
No, that was one-on-one training with whoever I was with the first time I went through there.
Do you remember who taught you how to go through the Brazos floodgates?
I don't recall. Too many years.
Do you remember the company that it was, who taught you?
It would have been coastal towing, because that was the first time I was ever down there, was on a coastal boat.
Okay, but you just don't remember who might have trained you?
No, sir, too many years ago.
All right. You provided us with a list of your testimony. Is that everything that you have? Is that all accurate, or is there anything missing from that, or do you know?
That's accurate as the date of the report. My initial report was issued on July 11th, 2025.
Okay. All right, so it looks like, if I count here, since 2013, I guess, was this related to just the last, like, 10 years? Is that why you go back to 2013? But you had testified since starting in 95, right?
Yeah, I culled many cases out of there several years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've been a maritime...
And I've lost a couple of computers over the years, and
Yeah.
some of the cases that I was involved with is just
Yeah.
totally lost and gone.
How many total cases you think you've issued an expert report in over the years?
Oh, maybe 20, 25 cases beyond what's listed here. You know, if I was to just gun from the hip, I mean, I just, you know, like I say, a lot of that's just lost because there's no way to recover it from
Yeah.
loss of computers.
All right. So from your list of testimony, have any of these cases related to a man overboard incident?
Yeah. This 2015 case.
What's the title of that?
Wesley Billingsley and the Washington Group / Alberici joint venture. That was a man overboard event that took place at the new Olmsted Lock that was being constructed just south of Paducah. That individual went overboard and was crushed between two barges.
And who are you retained by in that case?
I was retained by the by Will Bland, the fourth in that, of Mulladew Bland. That's Will Bland's son.
So you testified on behalf of the vessel owner?
I think I was representing Alberici in that case, his employer, and I think the plaintiffs in that case was Jeff Bloomfield and Brian Katz out of Paducah.
All right. And what happened in that case?
I can only generically really tell you that he fell between the barges and was immediately crushed. He went in as the barges were closing, and he didn't survive. That was I guess you would characterize it, I think the original lawsuit was wrongful death, maybe. You know, he actually did. I think he only had like a daughter that survived him, so he didn't have a spouse or anything. I don't remember much about the case other than the fact that he was crushed between two barges.
In that, but did you issue a report in that case that the vessel owner was not responsible for the man overboard situation?
I do not recall all of the details. There was a report issued in that case. I do remember penning a report for it too many years ago. I mean, that's 10 years ago. Too many reports ago. You're going to have to pull that case is all I can tell you, because
You don't remember anything else about that case?
no, I mean, you could go to Mulladew and Bland and pull it, I guess. Will the fourth would probably have it, but
Did you recall whether you had to give a deposition in that case?
I don't believe I ever did. I think, best I recall, I did issue a report, and as This material here indicates the case settled out of court before it ever required that.
Yeah, do you remember where that case was pending? Where the lawsuit was filed? Was it up in Paducah or?
I think it was in Paducah. Yeah. If it was not in Paducah, it was in the, it might have been in the Southern District of Illinois,
And which lock was it?
Olmsted,
Okay.
on the Ohio River.
Do you remember why the man overboard incident occurred at all?
It was during the construction process, and the lock had already been completed, and they were out digging where the dam was going to go in, and it was something to do with, in connection with dredging, because the Corps of Engineers had a special hydraulic, I guess you call it a traco, big sucker, that was dipping material out and putting it in a barge, and it was in connection with shifting a barge off the side of this big dipper, best I recall. And somehow or another he slipped in. I don't recall all the details for it.
Okay. Is this 2015 case in all your list of cases? And let's see, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30,
No, there is one more, but I'm gonna have to give me a second and I'll tell you.
39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 50, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68. I counted like 68 cases that you've got here listed since 2013, and I guess the question is, other than these, out of these 68 or plus or minus cases, we got the one in 2015 in Billingsley. You said there might be one more man overboard case?
Yeah, give me a second. There was a law firm out of St. Paul I had never worked with that had a different one. Yeah, this 2021, the estate of Micah Pittman. That was a man overboard drowning. That had something to do with putting a sounder in while they were underway. And for lack of a better description, the sounder grabbed something, and when it did, it flipped forward, and that individual was hanging on to that sounder, and it basically catapulted him 30, 35 feet in front of the barge, and the barge was moving, so they overrun him. He went a couple of 100 feet underneath the barges before he popped out, and by the time the boat could get stopped, launch a skiff to go recover him, he was gone.
And was he on a barge or
He was on the barge putting a sounder in while they were underway moving, and I guess they dipped that sounder a little too low to the water, and I want to say it hooked a piece of ice. You know, there was ice flowing in the river, and it grabbed the sounder and snapped it back, and when it did, he had a hold of the other end of it, and it just slung him out into it was like 35 feet in front of the barge when he landed in the water, and then because the towboat was underway and moving, they would run him over.
All right.
Yeah.
And for this case, did you have to give a deposition, the Pittman case?
No, I didn't. I wrote a report, and then that case settled out of court, and I don't know anything else about it.
All right. From this list of cases from 2013 to 2025, are there any other cases that have involved a vessel navigating through a floodgate?
No,
Are there any of them that involve, since you say they're similar, a vessel navigating through a lock?
I don't recall any of these cases involving a lock either.
And you've never testified in a case involving the Brazos floodgates, correct?
No,
Have any of the cases that you've testified involved an incident that occurred on the Gulf Intercoastal Waterway? From these 2013 to 25 cases? And that relate to navigation?
yeah, you qualified with the Gulf Intercoastal Waterway, but
Yeah.
this case in 2021 titled Tanya Lacoste versus Broussard Brothers. This was in the inland waters west of Berwick. It was not per se in the intracoastal waterway canal, but it was in inland waters down there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find one that where it involves a navigation incident or some
Well,
sort of
that-
personal
that-
injury incident that occurred related to navigation that occurred in the Gulf Intercoastal Waterway. Yeah, people call that the ditch, right?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm talking about other incidents that have occurred
no,
in the ditch.
no, nothing in the ditch.
Okay. And is it the same companies, have you ever worked on, as a master, on board inland towing vessel that regularly ran the ditch? As opposed to a trip pilot?
I think the answer to that would be no.
And we talked about it in terms of from a shoreside standpoint, the positions that you've held working for maritime companies were as a port captain and also kind of as like a port engineer. Anything else?
No,
You've never run a safety department for any maritime company, correct?
I mean, that would have been part of my duties at American Queen Steamboat Company, but safety topics.
But you've never been like head of
No.
SHE or head of safety at a maritime
No.
company, correct?
No.
And have we talked about all the manuals and articles and everything that you've written?
Everything's listed on my CV, yes.
Okay. So I know you've issued a report July 11, 2025, and then yesterday evening, I received a rebuttal report, August 25, 2025, correct?
Correct.
All right. And these reports, if we go to enclosure number 1, do you see that
Yes, sir.
on your initial report?
Yes, sir.
And does that list all the documents and all the things that you reviewed to prepare your report?
That's what enclosure number 1 is, yes, sir.
Is there anything else that's not listed in enclosure number 1 that you looked at or referred to prepare your report? Your
For-
July 11, 2025 report. Yeah, let's talk about your initial report. I get confused.
I believe this to be a very accurate list and accounting of everything for the July 11th report.
Okay. All right. And other than what's in your list of enclosures, you were given the original Rose Point navigation data?
So I was, yes, but I was initially given, I have been given 2 different documents. The original thing that I received was the MP4 file that could be viewed on any computer.
Yeah,
And then we were given the
raw data.
raw data called a .nob, a knob file
And-
from that works only with the Rose Point software.
Right, so my question is that raw data that you were given, have you ever looked at it? Have you
Yes.
ever put it into a system and looked at it?
I possess a copy of Rose Point, yes.
Okay, and so did you go through it in this particular case and look at the Rose Point data for this incident?
I did.
Okay, all right. So you had that information and access to it at the time of the incident, at the time you prepared your report?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And is there any other than what's listed in your enclosure, number 1, your reviewed materials, just to be clear, can you look through it and make sure there's not anything else that you referred to render your opinions in this case?
No, again, I stand by the list as,
Okay.
I believe the list to be 100% accurate for the original report.
All right. Other than what's listed in here, did you interview anybody regarding the incident?
A personal interview? No.
Okay. You never talked to Mr. Anderson about the incident?
No. I've only read his deposition.
Is that the same with all the witnesses? Just read their...
I've not interviewed anyone.
Okay, all right. And have you ever spoken to anyone at Marquette regarding the case?
No.
Have you ever spoken to anyone at Kirby regarding the case?
No.
Have you ever spoken to the lockmaster or person on duty at the Brazos floodgates at the time of this incident?
Listed in my report, I explained that I did have a conversation with somebody at the lock.
I understand that, but I'm talking about, do you know if you spoke to a person that was actually on duty at the time that the Corpus Christi went through the vessel?
No, he was not on duty.
All right. So you talked to one person,
Whoever that individual was on that date and time that I listed in my report, he was the watchstander.
yeah, and let's go through that quick. What page of your report is that on?
Oh, yeah, hang on just a second. Okay, look at page 14. It says as part of my own education.
Okay, yeah, and who did you speak to?
I don't know what that individual's name was.
Did you ask them to?
I did not ask him what his name was because part of the reason for calling him is I just wanted to have a clear understanding of how the gauges are read by the local personnel and gain his description of how that's determined.
You didn't ask him you didn't ask him his name.
I didn't ask him his name because
Did
I
you-
had no intention of disclosing it.
Okay.
End of that.
Disclosing it to me, you mean, or disclosing it to who?
I had no intention of ever putting it in the report. I listed the time and date, and whoever the individual was that was on watch there is who I spoke to.
Did you identify who you were?
Yes.
You
And
told
I
him your
called him
name?
exactly why I was calling, and I introduced myself as a professional mariner, and I wanted to understand more about the gauges, how they worked, and what they reported to mariners.
All right. But just to be clear, you don't remember his name and didn't ask him his name?
I intentionally didn't ask him his name because I had no intention of putting it in the report.
Okay. But you did, you mean you didn't ask him the name because you wanted to leave him unknown? You said you had no intention to put it in the report. Is that what you're saying? You didn't want to know because you didn't want to have to put his name in the report. Is that what you're saying?
I had no intention of putting his name in the report.
And why not? Since you talked to somebody that would be fair.
I just simply,
let
there
me
was nothing to
finish.
be gained.
Nothing to be, well, yeah, but with you talking to somebody not getting their name, then I can't identify who that person was, and he hadn't been identified as a potential witness now, since you talked to him.
You can figure out who he is.
Okay, do you know who it is as we sit here today?
I told you I didn't.
Okay, all right. How long did the conversation last?
20 minutes or so.
Did you take any notes?
No.
You're saying you talked to him for 20 minutes and you didn't take any handwritten or any typed notes about that call?
No.
How did you remember everything he told you? To be sure that it was accurate when you made your report? Because your report is dated, your report is dated July 11th, like 10 days later.
I was working on it that morning. I hung up with him, added it to the report.
Did you ask that person what their level of experience was?
No.
Can you describe who this person was, what they sounded like?
He was the watchstander.
He's like a
Oh,
white
what?
guy, black guy, Indian guy. I'm just trying to figure out.
Oh, he was, I would say he was definitely Caucasian. He was definitely white.
Okay.
He sounded like a South Texas redneck.
All right. And so other than this person that you, at the floodgates that you interviewed for 20 minutes, did you talk to anybody else? Interview
No.
anyone else? No? Is that correct?
No.
Okay. All right.
The gist of the conversation the takeaway that I come away with after this dialogue with this individual was the fact that they utilize the live USGS gauge data, and they actually have dual monitors in their facility, and they leave one of those monitors up on that gauge data at all times so that they can give mariners accurate headwater difference.
All right. Did you go to him and ask him what the headwater difference was that day? Did you ask him to go back and look?
Yeah, he wouldn't have had that data. I went back and looked at
Yeah, then I
the
understand
website.
that. I'm just asking, did you ask him if he could go back and look and tell you what it was?
No, I didn't ask him because I was confident he would have no
Okay.
recording of it.
What else did you ask him?
I was really I wanted to gain for myself the knowledge of how they were attaining the gauge data.
Did you ask him any other questions than what's listed in here in terms of, as part of your investigation?
With regard to what?
What the gauges differences represent to the average mariner transiting the floodgate facility?
Oh, he explained to me.
And you had to call him because at the time you called him, you didn't know that, correct?
Oh, no, I was fairly confident, but this was part of verifying what I believe to be true.
Yeah, so you're saying that you called, before you called him, you looked up at this on page 14, you look at this information you have regarding the differences?
Mm-hmm.
And you called him, and you yourself had calculated a difference of 0.55 feet, is that right?
These additional pages on page 15 and 16, I screenshotted from the historic data that's recorded on that web page.
My point is that before you called him, you had calculated this 0.55 foot differential as of that you show as of 7:55 p.m. on December 26, 23. You had calculated that before you called the lock person.
No, I don't know that I had calculated. I don't know that I had found and identified this web page prior to actually calling him.
Well, if you read here on page 14, you stated, let me finish. I asked the Corps watchstander if this 0.55 difference was actually representative of the true head current at the facility. This person replied, and you wrote capital Y, E-S, exclamation point, exclamation, explanation point, and you say, and we continued our conversation discussing head current. So having read what you wrote in your report, isn't it true that when you called him, you'd already calculated this 0.55 difference?
I stand corrected, I had.
And so you were trying to get verification from him that the numbers that you had come up with were generally accurate.
I wanted to make sure that my understanding of that correlated to what my math was based on these screenshots.
And he said that 0.5 difference is representative, and this person, you said, yeah, I guess you explained to him what these gauges were, and he agreed with you over the phone?
No, I asked him about the location of the two different gauges, and that in my description of the two different gauges, and he explained that yes, those were the gauges that they looked at.
Okay.
That was where I had the description. He went on to say that they keep a second monitor in that building and keep a live gauge up at all times.
Right. Let me ask you this: when you went back and looked at the Rose Point navigation data, did you ever, and have you ever sat down and tried to figure out at what time you believe that the barge contacted the floodgate?
I don't know that you can drill down to the very second that there was contact. I mean, you can see the speed change, but there's nothing in the Rose Point data that will actually drill down and give you the exact second. You can see the speed change, and then you see a significant speed change. You can time mark that, but if there was an impact between the maximum speed and the moment that we start seeing speed changes, it's undetectable. So, I mean, if you're asking...
well, my question was what my question was, which was, did you ever go back and looking at the raw Rose Point data, when you played it back, the way you like to play it back and sit there and take 2 hours or 5 hours or whatever you need to look at, did you ever try to quantify the exact moment of impact, yes or no?
Object to the form, you can answer.
There's no way of utilizing that data to pinpoint right to the second impact.
All right, okay. Now, having said that, did you ever try? It's all, it's a very simple question, not did you try to see if, by looking at the Rose Point data, if you could pinpoint the exact time of any impact?
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing that truly stood out in the data. I mean, you see some heading changes, you see some speed changes, but if you want to drill down right to the very second of that particular minute, you can't determine it.
So the answer to the question is you tried, but you could not determine it, correct? Is that right?
Not a specific time, no.
Okay. What about a specific, say, 10 sequence? Did you
Oh,
ever try to figure that out?
I think it can be determined within, 10 to 15 seconds of what impact was.
Have you, as we sit here today, have you ever tried to figure out when that was?
I've never tried to put a specific time on it because I think it's impossible to put a specific time on it, and I'll reference.
I'm not asking a specific time. We talked about specific time, and you admit that you
No,
don't think you
I
can
don't
do
think I
that.
can.
So my question is, you think you can get it down to 10 or 15 seconds? And because of that, my question is, have you ever gone back and looking at the Rose Point, try to figure out what that 10 to 15 second time frame was? Yes or no?
I think you can identify it in the video.
Right, but you've never done that, as we see here today, correct?
I think the answer is yes. I've viewed the video, and you're
Okay,
asking.
no, you've got your report. In your report, is there anywhere in your report, and
I've given a time?
yeah, or an estimated time, or 10
No.
to 15 seconds? You haven't done that.
I have not.
Okay.
Not that I recall. No, because I don't believe it's determinable.
Okay. And you had all the time in the world to go figure this out, and as we see here today, you've never done that, correct?
Object to the form.
Counselor, let's not twist this.
I'm not twisting.
We're
it.
talking about right down to the second.
You keep going to the second, and
You can't do it.
And I've told you that that's fine. You go into the second. I'm over the second. We talked about the second 5 minutes ago. We've been talking about, as we sit here today, you have never tried to narrow down even to 10 or 15 seconds when the incident occurred, but you think you can, but you've just never done it. That's all I'm asking. Correct?
I think it's identifiable.
Great. It's identifiable, but you've never done it, as we sit here today. That's my question. Correct?
I've never done what?
Identify the 10 to 15 seconds you think that a collision happened, or elision, or whatever term you want to use. You've never done that.
Have I documented it in a report?
Yeah.
No.
Right. And so, but you've never documented it anywhere, correct?
I've viewed the video multiple times, and I think in viewing the video, it's identifiable.
But you never put that time down when it was, though.
I honestly didn't think it was identifiable, so why put it in a report if you can't drill down to the very second?
Okay. Did you ever call the lockmaster and ask them if they had that there was actual elision on the date of the incident? On this December 26th, 3rd, did you ever ask them that?
Nope. The one and only call I've ever made was the call that I've identified in the report.
Did you want to
And
know whether the lock thought that there was an elision?
The testimony is they were unaware. I mean,
Not that they
Well-
were unaware. The testimony, the evidence from the lock is there was no elision, correct?
that's right. That's what their testimony
Do you
is.
dispute that?
Yeah,
And why is that?
because the captains have admitted that there was an elision.
Any other reason?
Yeah, we had a man overboard
Okay.
due to the impact.
Okay. And in going to your report,
Which one?
the July 11, 2025 report,
Okay.
can you tell me what you were asked to do in this case?
What I'm asked to do in every case that I'm involved in is review certain materials associated with the case and use my own professional experience to help counsel weed through things that they may or may not understand. And we've had numerous conversations along that line, which I'll not disclose.
And then do what once you did all that?
And then pen a report.
And what was your report supposed to cover?
My review of all the materials I've listed in and any conclusions or opinions with regard to the case.
So you weren't given any restrictions about what opinions you could offer?
I don't know that I was given any instruction with regard to opinions. My opinions are mine.
You could give whatever opinion you wanted to, and they're reflected in your report, correct?
Yes.
All right. So let's talk about it just from a high-level view, and you can walk me through, what are your opinions in this case?
They're all listed in the
Yeah.
the report.
I'm going to, they're not really numbered, so I just want to let's go through, and every time you have, what your opinions are, I just want you to tell me, on a high-level view, what your opinion is.
I've given some opinions on the rules of the road.
Where do your opinions in your report start? How about that?
Well, some of the opinions are scattered throughout the report, and then
Well, let's go, we're going to be here all
Well,
day, but that's fine.
come on, let's your question.
All right,
Ask it.
first, where is the first opinion in your report, starting at page 1? Is there an opinion on page 1 in your
No.
report? Is there an opinion in your report on page 2?
No opinions.
Is there an opinion in your report on page 3?
Yep, it says in my opinion,
All right, and where's that? Where does that start?
just below mid-page.
Okay,
It says, in my opinion, Captain Palmer failed to comply with the absolute strict observance of Rule 2 of the rules. Captain Palmer failed to act as a prudent mariner and did not comply with the navigation rules as listed below.
okay. That's your first opinion. Where's your second opinion?
Look out.
Okay, and what's your opinion there?
It states, in my opinion, Captain Palmer failed to maintain a proper lookout. Captain Palmer failed to make a full appraisal of the navigational situation in that his vessel alighted with the south wall of the West Brazos floodgate at excess of 6+ miles per hour. As a result of this elision event, deckhand Justin Anderson was ejected from the starboard head of the tow, landing in the water. This elision impact parted / broke the towing vessel's port face wire. This negligent navigational error on the part of Captain Palmer set in motion the man overboard event of Justin Anderson entering the water due solely to the actual elision impact with the south wall of the West Brazos floodgate. In my opinion, MTC and Captain Palmer can't maintain that a lookout was proper given that there was an elision impact with the south wall of the West Brazos floodgate facility with ample force to send deckhand Justin Anderson overboard. The Rose Point ECS playback of the elision event appears to indicate that Captain Palmer's speed only slowed just prior to the impact of the facility.
Okay. Where's your next opinion? Let me ask you one question. You state on pages 3 and 4, the collision impact parted / broke the towing vessel's face wire.
Yes.
What's your support for that statement?
They've all discussed in deposition testimony that the port face wire was parted and broke. And when I say they, I'm talking about Justin mentioned it in his, Captain Palmer in his, and the pilot Chaz Dupree.
So your understanding and belief and opinion is that the face wire parted at the time of impact?
It would have.
Okay. And as an expert, is it your job to weigh the credibility of witnesses?
Yes, I think so, on a regular basis.
All right. And have you read the incident report in this case?
I've read all of that material, yes.
Do you, or is it your opinion that you're disagreeing with what's written in the incident report regarding when the face wire parted?
I know what they've written, and I disagree with it.
Okay.
Because I understand what happens in an impact.
So just to be clear, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Marquette 894. I'll show you the first page of the document. This is an incident report from Damon Palmer, dated December 26, 2023. Listed time of incident 1900. Could you read the details?
I'm going to object to the
Could you read that in the record?
form of the question.
And you want the details? It states, man overboard while going through Brazos West Floodgate heading eastbound, touched up to the south wall, causing Justin to go off starboard side of the barge into the water. Stop tow, made sure to keep away from him. While doing so, broke port face wire.
All right. And so that last sentence, you disagree with what he's saying, that the port face wire broke while he was trying to steer away from him?
Absolutely. Okay. And I'll clarify with additional information.
Okay.
That's Bates 894.
So you're basically saying that your position is that Captain Palmer here wrote an inaccurate report?
I am. I state that for the following.
I didn't ask you a question.
Okay.
You get to talk about trial all you want. I get to ask questions today. You can preach to the choir. Go to your the next opinion is on page 4. Can you read that? I think is that correct? I'm asking you. We just went over the Rule 5 opinion. Is your next opinion an opinion related to Rule 6, safe speed?
It is.
All right, and what is your opinion?
As written, in my opinion, Captain Palmer failed miserably in his personal responsibility of strict observance of Rule 6 and maintaining at all times a proper safe speed for his vessel. Had Captain Palmer been maintaining a proper safe speed for his vessel, he would have been fully capable of stopping his vessel prior to an collision with the south wall of the West Brazos Floodgate. Had Captain Palmer stopped his vessel in ample time prior to collision impact with the south wall at the Brazos Floodgate, it's highly likely there would have been no parted broke face wire, and there would almost certainly have been no man overboard event as a result of uncontrolled collision impact with the facility with little to no speed.
All right. And earlier, you indicated at top of page 4 that the Rose Point ECS playback of the collision event appears to indicate that Captain Palmer's speed only slowed just prior to impact of the facility, correct? That was your review of the Rose Point?
That's what I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we started seeing the speed come down, and then we started seeing heading changes. And the heading change would have happened instantaneously at impact.
How long before impact do you think Captain Palmer started to reduce his speed?
Object to the form.
I don't know, again, I don't know that you can drill down to what you see in the playback is we see a speed reduction. You know, from 6.3 was the maximum speed down into the 5s, and then we see heading changes.
Right. And
So
you-
it's, I mean, as you're looking at the chart, it's identifiable by the clock there. But I mean, when you get right down to, I think your question was about how long or at what point he started backing. There's no way of really telling.
you can't tell.
It's incredibly close, but there's no way of really drilling down to.
Yeah, but
Nth
it
degree.
would have been after, whenever the speed went from 6.33 to begin decreasing, that's when he started to reduce his speed,
Object to the form.
correct?
Yeah, and that could have been a result. His testimony was that he had reduced speed and allowed it to start coasting. So I don't know if it's as a result of the fact that he pulled the throttles back and allowed it to start coasting, or if it's actually on his part of actually reversing engines. There's
Yeah.
no way of really drilling down
Yeah,
and telling
and
that.
he wasn't asking his deposition questions by Mr. Anderson's attorney specifically about whether, and what he did to slow the speed down. You'll agree with that?
Object to the form.
That's not in the deposition. And I've got the deposition if you want to show it, if you want to look at it and see if you
I,
can find it.
I remember him talking about reducing speed by allowing it to coast out, but
You want to show me anything where he was asked about that? Do you have any evidence? And you can take your time to look through here. Can you point me the testimony where there was any questions asked by counsel of Mr. Palmer about whether he slowed his speed intentionally versus coasting? You can't say.
no.
Okay. Because you can take as long as you want. We can take a break.
I've
You
already
can look through-
I've reviewed that material before.
Yeah, so it's not in there. You agree with me?
I have no recollection.
How many times have
Okay.
you read Mr. Palmer's deposition?
Honestly, probably just the original time.
All right. And what did you do to prepare for your deposition today? What documents did you review?
For the most part, my own report.
Did you look at any other documents?
I looked at the video materials. I have a copy of Rose Point.
Did you go over, when you say the video, is it the video that's the demonstrative aid video where the playback is put over a Google map, or did you actually, to prepare for your deposition, go look at the Rose Point on your computer, using the raster chart?
I looked at both of those files.
And when did you do that?
One I will characterize as the knob file. It's the original data.
Yeah,
And the other is the,
demonstrative.
well, it's the MP4 file that any computer is capable of looking at. In my experience, almost always companies that produce these do so that any counsel is capable of viewing it, because in order to view true knob file, you have to have a
Yeah.
$2,900 piece of software.
Yeah, but you agree with me, the overlay of the navigation data on the Google map, you don't have anything to suggest that data is incorrect or whatever, right? You don't know how that was created or whether or not there's any problems with that. Because on Rose Point, you can do 3 overlays, right? You can do raster, you can do vector, and if you want to, because you like to kind of see the contours of the land, you can also do the Google map, correct?
Objection, compound.
Even though you may not navigate by it, you can do that, right?
Objection.
I've got Rose Point. I've got Rose Point. I know. So
Yeah,
so
but
you can't,
not at the same time.
right, but you can still look at
Oh,
it.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
if you want to look at
that exists.
My point is that people sometimes will use the Google Maps, like if there's an incident, because it actually gives you the lines of where the physical lands are, right? And it's still plotted on that Google map correctly. There's no you don't have any information to just.
Well, they're not Google Maps.
What are they?
All of those are actual, to my knowledge, are all Corps of Engineers imagery.
Well, it is what it is.
It's SAT imagery.
It is
yeah.
what it is, but it's accurately displayed on the, whether it's a raster chart or a vector chart or the topographical map, or is that how they call it? It's accurately displayed using the AIS data, correct? As far as you know.
To some degree. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the maps are obscured, and I've asked about that before.
Yeah. Did you-
I've asked Corps of Engineers people and Rose Point people, because sometimes it's partially skewed and not truly accurate because of the extreme angle that the SAT had when they took that image.
When you went back and looked at the Rose Point on your computer using the raster chart, it looked similar to what the video that was shown on the demonstrative aid that has you call it Corps of Engineer map, I call it a Google map. Basically, both of them show the same thing.
Object to the form.
Yeah, they showed the transit of the
The speeds
flood.
were the same, the approximate
Oh, well,
distances were the same.
all of that information is data logged totally. It doesn't have anything to do with imagery.
Yeah, but it's accurate. I mean,
Yes.
And you compare the two, and basically they're accurate. You didn't see anything inaccurate on the video playback, correct?
With regard to.
With regard to the navigation of the
No,
vessel.
the speed data login, heading change, all of that comes from different devices. It has nothing to do with imagery.
Okay, all right. And would you like to know from Captain Palmer if he backed up prior to NCAC, or tried to back up, or tried to take evasive maneuvers?
I think his description of what took place is going to be important testimony.
Okay. All right, now let's go on. We're at the bottom of 4. I think we just talked about your third opinion, which was on Rule 6. And now let's go to, I guess, top of 5 or middle of 5. That's I'll call it your fourth opinion, which relates to Rule 7. Is that right?
That's correct. It relates to Rule 7.
And could you read that into the record, sir?
In my opinion, Captain Palmer failed miserably to properly assess risk of collision/elision with the south wall of the West Brazos floodgate. Given the United States Corps of Engineers has formal written policies and procedures for when and how vessels are to transit the facility with regard to water flow rates and water elevations within the Brazos River. Additionally, given that the USACE specifically requires a no-wake speed for vessels while transiting the floodgate facilities, it's safe to surmise that the motor vessel Corpus Christi, under the control of Captain Damon Palmer, failed to properly assess all risk for transiting this 75-foot wide control facility with a 54-foot wide barge at 6.33 miles per hour. This failure on the part of Captain Palmer directly resulted in the elision event.
As we talked about, you've never been out to the Brazos floodgates in the last 10 or 15 years. Is that correct?
I've never visited it personally.
Yeah. And so in terms of what signs are out there about no wake zones and what they say and who they're directed to, actually out there, you don't know that, correct?
At the facility, no.
All right.
I know what's posted on the internet for the facility.
Yeah. And you read Captain Palmer's testimony where he said there were signs that talked about the no wake zones that applied just to recreational vessels. You saw that?
That was his assumption, yes.
Do you disagree with that
I
testimony?
do.
All right, even though you've never looked at the signs and don't know?
Don't need to. It's posted on the website
Yeah.
for the Corps.
Yeah, and are you familiar with that website, that website has a link to lots of different locks and floodgates?
I do.
And are you aware that there's differences for floodgates and locks? Different regulations for between floodgates and locks?
I don't know that I specifically opened up any of the other facilities. I was looking specifically for that facility.
Do you remember whenever you went eastbound through the Brazos floodgates, whether you ever created a wake?
I know I've never been through there at 6.3 miles an hour.
Okay, I appreciate that, but as usual, you're not answering my question. My question is there any time that you've ever navigated through the Brazos floodgates, heading eastbound, have you ever created a wake?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, did you keep track of that?
No.
All right. Have you looked at the Texas DOTD YouTube video that we've produced in this case? Has your counsel shown that to you?
Object to that.
Please reread that because I didn't catch.
Have you seen the YouTube video that's posted by the Texas Department of Transportation related to the Brazos floodgates?
I've looked at many YouTube videos, and as I sat here today, I have probably seen it. But to be able to tell you it was produced by the Texas DOT, I can't tell you definitively.
Okay, you haven't recently looked at any YouTube videos related to Texas DOT. That's all I'm asking.
No, not recently. No, and I may have reviewed it in the course of materials if I've got it listed because I save everything in a file format.
Do you have anything to document what the wake of the Corpus Christi was that day, the barge?
No, there's no way to determine that.
Okay. So you've not tried to calculate specifically whether they had created a wake on the day of the incident, correct?
There was no way to determine that.
Okay.
To my knowledge, I don't even think the facility has video.
All right. Did you ask when you talked to the flood person, the floodgates person there, whether they had any video?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. Now going along, it starts on you on page 5, going into page 6. You have opinion about Rule 8, action avoid collision,
Yes, sir.
and what is your opinion there?
I state I've reviewed absolutely no evidence that indicates that Captain Palmer, master of the motor vessel Corpus Christi, made any evasive actions or maneuvers prior to the actual impact with the West Brazos floodgate facility. I have reviewed no factual evidence that supports that Captain Palmer made any attempt to slow or stop the Corpus Christi prior to collision impact. Excuse me. Captain Palmer's own testimony was that he merely pulled the engines back to neutral, allowing the vessel and its barge to coast in the moments prior to collision impact, making no effort to reverse engines or stop the vessel's headway momentum. The playback recording of the Rose Point ECS electronic chart provided by MTC does, however, indicate that the motor vessel Corpus Christi, under the control of Captain Palmer, was traveling at or near 6 miles an hour at the time of the impact and subsequently man overboard event. As a special note, the MTC provided Rose Point ECS playback recording initially provided in the .mp4 format during disclosures has been tampered with from its original format. The playback video released in disclosure is using an aerial photograph overlay as opposed to a true U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, INCE, or NOAA navigational chart format. The aerial photography overlay format is not a USCG authorized navigational chart. As of the date of this report, the MTC 30B6 deposition has not been conducted, and there has been no MTC explanation given for the altering of evidence collected for the benefit of conducting an investigation.
All right. And we talked about, up here you say that there's no evidence that Captain Palmer made any evasive actions, correct?
I don't believe there is.
Okay.
We didn't see a reactionary change in speed.
Yeah, well, the point is that you read the deposition, he wasn't asked whether or not he took any evasive maneuvers, correct? We just went through that earlier. He wasn't asked by counsel, did he take any evasive answers? And you said, that's correct, there was nothing in the deposition that addressed it.
Object to the form.
Correct?
I don't know that I stated that.
Well, we'll go through the-
As we sit here today, I do not recall that nth degree of the deposition.
Right, it's a very simple point. The point is that you've got the deposition, we can sit here and take as long as it wants, but there was no questioning of him about what, if any, evasive maneuvers he took, correct? It's a very simple question.
That's what you.
Object to the form.
Do you have can you have anything in your file or whatever to suggest that? Do you have any page or line sites to contest that he wasn't asked that?
That's how you describe it.
Well, I'm asking you to describe it. You're the expert, and your expert opinion is you saw no evidence. My point is well, there may be no evidence because he wasn't asked that question in his deposition. Very simple question, correct?
He may or may not. I do not recall today.
As we see
Is there evidence?
I'm asking you. You're the expert.
I'm saying that I've seen no evidence.
Okay, you've seen no evidence, but you can't see where he was asked about what he did.
I stand by
Object
my statement.
Okay,
I've
let me
seen
ask-
no evidence.
Okay.
You see no evidence, and the point is with in the minute before whatever you claim to be the impact, can you say what the captain did or did not do? Do you know what his maneuvers were or were not?
Nobody knows.
You don't know, right?
Nobody
Object to the
knows.
form.
All right, but what we do know is that whatever that time period was, the vessel did start to slow from 6.33 until at some point whenever the impact occurred, correct?
In a very short period of time.
And what short period of time would that be?
Again, we could look at the video together and drill down to however many seconds there are, but it was a very short period of time that we seen a decrease from 6.33 into the 5s, and then instantly we started seeing heading changes, which meant impact, and the heading of the boat changed.
Yeah, but also isn't it true that the heading changing would be consistent with the incident report prepared by Captain Palmer, that the reason for the heading change was because he was trying to steer away from Mr. Anderson, who had fallen overboard? Wouldn't that be consistent with it? I'm not saying agree with it, but a course change to the port would be consistent with our captain steering away from him.
No, the heading change would have.
Okay.
The heading change would have been the initial heading change would have been a result of the impact.
Yeah, because
Because what happened here, and then I will demonstrate this with this piece of paper.
let me ask you, it's a very specific question. Can the heading change be a result of a navigation mover where you steer the vessel to port? Yes or no?
Objection.
Well, sure it can.
Okay, and it could also be according to what you believe to be as an impact and then knocked, is what you claim.
No, I'm telling you the very initial heading change
From what to what?
was impact.
From what to what?
I don't know what the heading was. I don't know how many degrees it was as I sit here today. We can look at it in the video. But when you hit, when the head whipped around, that's what ejected the deckhand. When you have an impact, that will throw the head to the starboard when you
you're saying
land on the starboard stern.
You're talking about, you think the incident happened when the impact shows the vessel turning to starboard?
Wait a minute. I think what now?
Do you think the impact happened when it shows the vessel going to starboard, moving to starboard, or to port?
The impact is what caused the head to go to starboard.
Okay, so you said that the impact was when the vessel rotation shows that it moves a few degrees, one way or the other. Are you saying that at the moment of impact, the vessel moved to port or to starboard? That's what I want to know.
Object to the form.
It's highly possible the original impact could have sent it to port. It depends on the pivot point of where the strike was.
What's your understanding of where the pivot point was?
Well, there is no, I don't know how much of the barge was down in the facility.
Right.
But
so-
because this is the law of tonnage. The initial impact could have sent it to the port, but I believe that it was the momentum that sent it to starboard. That's what ejected him off the head of the tow.
All right, so if I ask you to draw, based upon all the expert work you've done in the case, where the barge was at the time, and where in relationship to the floodgates that it was when the incident occurred, could you tell us that?
We went through this. Mr. Carr wasn't there to draw anything. I don't know that Mr. Sutton.
I'm
Captain
asking,
Sutton's here
could
to
he
either.
draw it?
I asked Mr. Carr the same thing. You said he couldn't.
I'm not asking him to draw. I said, could you draw?
I did the same thing. You told me Mr. Carr couldn't draw, but you said, Mr. Poulsen, you can draw it if you want to draw it.
I said, can you draw it? I'm saying, can you draw it? I'm not asking you to draw anything. I'm like, could you draw it?
He's not here
I
to
don't-
comment on attorney's questions and drawing.
You get to object to the form.
Object to the form. I
Good.
know you. I do know.
Oh, yeah,
your
let's take a
videographer
break.
said
Yeah,
that
let's
he's running
take-
out of time. Though,
Let's
so.
take a break, yeah.
We're now off the record. The time is 2:24. We're now back on the record. The time is 2:33.
All right. We had been discussing your fifth opinion, which was related to Rule 8, action to avoid collision. Now we're going to go, if we go forward next on page 6, what would be your sixth opinion, would you say, related to this subchapter M rule violations?
Yeah.
See that? Can you explain to me what you're saying that Captain Palmer violated certain subchapter M rules? Is that right?
Yeah, subchapter M is very clear about the necessity for keeping an official log. And in this particular case, we have no log entries about the actual elision, contact, and impact with the West Brazos floodgate on the south wall. We have no log entries about reporting the elision impact to the Army Corps of Engineers personnel on duty at the West floodgate. We have no log entry about reporting the elision impact to the Coast Guard. No log entry about reporting the subsequent man overboard to the Army Corps personnel on duty at the floodgate. No log entry about reporting the man overboard event to the United States Coast Guard as required for 46 CFR 4.03 for the reportable marine casualty. No log entries about the parted or broke face wire as a result of the elision impact. A face wire replacement is required to be documented and recorded under 33 CFR Part 164, and additionally required to be recorded in the towing vessel record, required as per 46 CFR Part 140 in the subchapter M. No log entries about the man overboard event itself, who, where, why, time, or the event outcome. No log entries about notifying the MTC port captain or MTC shoreside POC, person in charge. about the elision impact and subsequent man overboard event. No log entry about the Kirby barge that made contact and post-incident inspection of this USCG inspected chemical barge. No log entries about Kirby personnel boarding for a Kirby investigation the following day. Kirby personnel were additionally required by regulation to sign in the vessel's visitor log in compliance with the vessel's USCG approved MTSA security plan. MTC has failed to produce this evidence of a Kirby boarding. No log entry with regard to the reason for Justin Anderson's departure from the vessel for medical attention, which would have automatically triggered a USCG Form 2692 for any medical attention beyond basic first aid. No log entries pertaining to the required drug and alcohol testing. I go on to state the failure to make log entries by Captain Damon Palmer was either by design or by incompetence or negligence. One can only surmise that Captain Palmer was instructed to not make the above log entries to prevent the completion of the required CG Form 2692, or MTC failed to properly train Captain Palmer as to his absolute responsibility as master of the MV Corpus Christi under the Subchapter M regulations for properly reporting and documenting the events of this evening.
All right. Now, your position is that you are an expert in Subchapter M?
I wouldn't say that I'm an expert, but I have read the regulations thoroughly. I work with them on a daily basis. I have certificated several towing vessels. I have gone through numerous auditor compliance reviews for vessels that hold a certificate of inspection that comply with Subchapter M. I work with it on a daily basis. I'm very familiar with Subchapter M.
Of any of the list of cases that we've talked about, have you testified or given opinions on Subchapter M in the past?
Only in recent years has the issue of M. M was initially published in 2016, and it become applicable as of July of 2017.
So if we looked at your list of cases, could you tell us which ones in which you've testified regarding Subchapter M?
That's a possibility. As I sit here today, I'm fairly confident the 2019 case of Steve Pilkington versus Ingram Barge Company Subchapter M, Tismus records were requested in that case.
What was your opinion in that case?
If I remember-
Generally, yeah.
Yeah, that was that individual was injured in a rigging accident. He basically done the splits and damaged a hip and a knee. And it was all wrapped around rigging and how they were handling rigging, best of my knowledge. The Kirby Genesis River case in 2020, that was
Well,
utterly...
the first case that we talked about, what was your ultimate opinion? Did the vessel owner not comply with subchapter M, and if so, what respect was your opinion?
And again, that's been some years. That was a lengthy case that went on for many years. If I remember correctly, it had a lot to do with how they had basically just thrown rigging out in the coupling without properly stacking the rigging where it was safe for the crews to handle.
And that was 2019, what was that case again?
That was Steve Pilkington versus Ingram.
Okay. And you've never taken, I mean, other than you reading them and interpreting them in your work, you've never taken any course on subchapter M regulations, correct?
No, I don't know that one exists. It's just,
But the answer to the question is no.
No.
And you've never taught a course on subchapter M or written any articles on subchapter M, correct?
no need.
And you've never conducted any studies or anything like that on subchapter M and as to what circumstances it applies or doesn't apply, correct?
No.
Okay. All right. Now, you said other than that case, what's the next one you might have?
In 2020, that Kirby versus Genesis River,
Okay.
that was a monstrous case. There were all kinds of documents sought in that case. That actually went to trial in Galveston.
All right. And you testified in that case at trial?
I did.
All right. And what was your testimony about in that case?
That was a collision incident.
All right. And what was your opinion in that case related to in terms of subchapter M compliance?
There were some violations of their own internal policies.
All right. And so you just the 2019 and the Pilkington case and 20 cases, you testified for the plaintiff in both of those cases. Correct.
Yeah, Kirby was the plaintiff in that case.
All right. And then what's the next case you testified in related to subchapter M? Or issued a report?
The 21 case of Moith Concrete versus Ingram. Ingram's Tismus was in question.
What about it?
I represented Ingram in that case. If I remember correctly, they were towing a dead boat up the river, and it was about how the mates were checking the boat on a regular basis. The plaintiff, I was the defendant in that case. The plaintiff was alleging that we were not following the Tismus policies with regard to routinely checking that boat.
So you gave a report in that case?
Yes.
Do you remember if you testified?
No, that case was settled on summary judgment.
Any other cases
Uh,
on subchapter M where you've testified?
I'm still looking through them. yes.
Okay, great.
The 2022 case of Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad versus Southern Towing. I was working for Burlington Northern in that case. There were a lot of TISMIS documents turned over in that case by Southern Towing.
Do you remember what your opinion was related to Subchapter M? Was it that they didn't comply with Subchapter M? Or did a captain not comply, or what was the essence of your testimony? Not sure.
The details of that testimony I don't specifically recall with regard to a towing safety management system, a TISMIS. The gist of that was the towboat negligently parked on a piece of river where the railroad tracks were very near the edge of the river, and the barges were extending out over the tracks, and it derailed the train. So, but as far as specific details with regard to TISMIS, I don't recall.
Any other cases related to Subchapter M?
The 22 case of John Maldonado versus Marquette Transportation, Gulf Inland. To my knowledge, that was one of the requested piece of information that we had sought. I was representing him in a plaintiff's case, and I honestly do not recall whether I issued a report in that case. I'm thinking that settled before there was ever a report issued.
Okay.
And the 2023 case of R.J. Corman Railroad versus Ingram Barge, I represented Ingram in that case, and our TISMIS was in question quite extensively in that case. I defended Ingram with regard to that TISMIS. Specifically, they wanted to know about our bridge transit plan.
Okay. Any others that stick out?
This George Bates versus ACBL case, there were TISMIS documents released in that case.
Have you given an opinion in any of those cases we talked about, like you have here, where log entries should have been done, but were not done? What I'm not talking about just TISMIS documents exchanged, because TISMIS documents can be exchanged in every case. I'm talking about where it was you gave an opinion. Hey, somebody failed to comply with Subchapter M because X. Can you think of any other cases other than this one where you've testified like that? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
Probably. I cannot definitively give you an exact opinion, but in general speaking, if you're not complying with TISMIS, it is a condition of holding your certificate of inspection with the Coast Guard. You're basically promising to the Coast Guard you're going to comply with every element of these codes.
I understand that, but my question is different. My question is do you recall any time other than this case where you offered an opinion that Subchapter M was not complied with?
No, because frankly, there's always different elements.
Okay.
TISMIS is.
All right, and you said you don't consider yourself an expert in Subchapter M, but you use them and you refer to them and you feel like you know the regulations pretty good? Is that what you're saying?
I'm pretty knowledgeable in them.
All right, okay. And so what part of 46 CFR Part 140 is the part that requires certain things to be made in the logs?
Allow me to reference it.
Yeah. You didn't reference it in your report, though, correct? You
I
did not
didn't.
reference, in your report, you didn't reference the specific regulation under 46 CFR Part 140 that requires logbook entries. Did you?
Only the subchapter,
Yeah, but you didn't list the specific regulation in your report, correct?
not the specific one. No.
Okay. So
Just
now,
the subchapter.
Now, could you tell us what the specific regulation is? Related to what types of entries need to be made in logbooks?
As an example,
I don't want an example. I want to know, you're saying that my client violated subchapter M by not putting all of these things listed in your opinion number 6 about subchapter M, and I want to know what's the specific I want to know the specific regulation, not just a general site, the specific regulation you're alleging my client violated.
as I sit here today, unless we're willing to allow me to read this many pages, I cannot give you a specific site at this very moment.
we're gonna take
I
a-
referenced
We'll stop.
the
We're gonna-
entire subchapter.
We're going to take a break. Let's take a break off the record.
We're now off the record.
I want you to review it, and then whenever you're
We're now back on record. The time is 3:09.
Okay, so we took a break so that you could review the subchapter M rules and the violations related to no log entries under 46 CFR Part 140. And the question on the table is, what's the specific regulation that requires all of this information to be in the logbook?
It's found at 140.910. The heading is towing vessel record or record specified by the TSMS. So,
Wait, so you're saying that the regulation that applies is 140.910?
yes.
What section of that?
Well, it has multiple sections, and we can read it all into the record. And sprinkled throughout the entire subchapter in many other sections, but this speaks specifically to the records that are specified in the TSMS. Now, I'll state on the record that I didn't receive the complete TSMS. Each and every company's TSMS is uniquely different. Some of them could be as little as 98 pages, as an example of one of my employers, Western Rivers, or it can be 798 pages, like ACBL. They only recently reduced theirs down into the 700s.
Okay.
So
let's-
if you're not
let's-
going to give up...
Before
the
you start testifying, let's just go through each one of these, since you're saying 140.910. Towing vessel record or record specified by TSMS. Okay, letter A says, this section applies to a towing vessel other than a vessel operating in only a limited geographic area or a vessel required by section 140.905 to maintain an official logbook.
Period.
All right. And so are you saying that?
Our vessel was, in this case, was not working in a
so
a
A-
limited geographical
so
area,
A
so
doesn't-
it's required to have an official logbook.
So A does not apply?
No, it does reply.
Okay.
You are required to have one.
Okay, all right. And you agree that we have official, you agree you've seen Marquette has an official logbook? You don't disagree with that, correct?
It should have an official logbook.
mean,
I've seen a log.
So we've complied with at least having a logbook.
That's right.
All right, okay, so let's go to, Marquette complied with 14910A. All right, let's go to B.
A towing vessel subject to this section must maintain a TVR, which is a towing vessel record, or in accordance with the TSMS applicable to the towing vessel.
Okay.
We don't know what the TSMS says fully about keeping records because you didn't give it to us.
Okay, but there's nothing in that sentence B that, at least from the federal regulation standpoint, says that all of the entries that you complained about not being in the logbook should be in the logbook, right?
These are the type of log entries that are made by a competent captain.
I hear what you think that's what needs to be in there, but I'm not worried about what you think.
It's
You
not.
can't read to me, just stop. Section 14910B that we're going over now, it does not tell you what is supposed to be recorded in the logbook, yes or no?
No, it's in the TSMS.
Okay, all right. And so you don't know what Marquette's TSMS says, what's supposed to be recorded in the logbook. Is that true?
Well,
Yes or no?
no.
Yes or no?
I
is
do
it
not
true?
know.
Okay.
With that stated, further down in 140,
Okay, well, you're going somewhere else. I'm not going somewhere else. Let's
Okay,
let's go
let's
through
go
it
on.
in logical order. You can't dodge and move. This is a question. Under section 14910B, you can't say, you don't have any evidence, as you talked about it. I haven't seen any evidence. You haven't seen any evidence that Marquette did not comply with this section that talks about a towing vessel subject to the section must maintain a TVR or in accordance with TSMS applicable to the towing vessel. You don't have any evidence to say that Marquette did not comply with that, correct?
I do have evidence.
All right.
I've got an incomplete log.
Okay. Yeah, but you're saying it's incomplete log. Where in the regulations say what needs to be put in the log? Where does it say that?
We have factual events that occurred. We have reportable marine casualty events.
There's nothing.
These are examples of what would be logged.
Okay, now I think we understand each other. You're basically claiming that on page 6, all these no log entries about what should be in the report, you're making an interpretation about what should be in the log, even though there's nothing in the federal regulations that tell you exactly what must be in the log. You can't say, hey, here's where it says, section 14910B says that there need to be a log entry about the elision impact. There needs to be a log entry about this. There needs to be a log entry about that. You can't cite to any specific federal regulation that says that, correct?
There are reporting requirements. This would be logged.
We're not talking about reporting requirements. Reporting requirements is a different issue. You're trying to mix apples and oranges. We're talking about apples, and the apples are what is supposed to be in the logbook. And I'm asking you, is there anything that you can cite to under section 14910, now we're on B, that says what needs to be in the logbook specifically? Yes or no?
That regulation requires that to be documented in the TSMS.
Requires what to be documented?
What should be logged?
Yeah, where's the list of what needs to be logged?
It's in the TSMS that you didn't give us.
So you don't know whether we comply with our, back to you don't know what's in the TSMS to say whether we comply with it or not, correct?
I have seen enough TSMSs, I know what's required.
Oh,
And
okay.
yes.
Oh, okay. So you're doing it based upon your general knowledge, not based upon what's in Marquette's
My-
book.
and
This is going to go in
you're
front of the
call-
judge, so
No,
you can
you're-
come
you're
up with all
calling
your
into
excuses.
question-
Well, I want to get the whole.
Yeah, I'm calling into question your opinions because your opinions are that you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, or 12 things that you claim as a purported subchapter M expert should be in the logbooks when
Stop
you can't.
right there.
No, when you can't stop. You don't tell me to stop. When you can't tell us anywhere in this regulation that this type of a log entry needs to be made. And that's all I'm asking. You can explain it to me or the judge, but you got to explain it to somebody because otherwise you don't get to testify about it. That's the
Be
way the
glad
law
to.
works.
You have just put something on the record that is incorrect.
Okay, what is
and
incorrect?
I want to clear that up.
Okay.
I have not put myself out as a subchapter M expert.
Yes, you have by issuing this opinion. You would agree? Okay, you're going to
No,
withdraw this
I-
opinion then?
No, I'm not going to withdraw the opinion.
Okay, well then why
I
are you,
am.
you
I
only
told
experts
you,
get to testify about subchapter M, and you're admitting on the record you're not an expert, but you still want to testify about it, and so I'm fine. If you want to
I don't-
testify about it, then just, you're talking about federal regulations and claiming that my Marquette violated them, but you can't explain to me where in these federal regulations it says certain things have to be documented in a lawsuit. Very simple question. You're dancing around it, but can you point to me, and again, we'll sit here all day, all night if we have to, where it says what needs to be in the logbook? That's all I'm asking.
it's buried in the TSMS.
Okay. And that's the TSMS you've never seen?
Only elements of it.
Okay. All right. Now, C. Is there anything in 14910C that you claim that Marquette violated?
Yeah. The towing vessel record must include a chronological record of events as required by this subchapter. The TVR may be electronic or paper. Chronological events means a log.
Is a TVR vessel different than the official logbook?
Yes.
Okay.
It's called a towing vessel record.
Have you ever asked for that in this case? Do you know whether one exists?
I do not know.
Okay, so you don't know whether we had
Yeah,
one or
that-
not. Wait, let
that-
me finish. You don't know whether or not Marquette had a TVR, correct? Yes or no?
A TVR, in my experience in the towing industry, takes many forms. But again, it's a record. And records of falls overboard and elisions are recorded.
You don't know if they have to be recorded. Your complaint in your subchapter M only talks about log entries. And so I'm asking you for the last time, what specific regulations talks about all of the plus or minus 10 complaints that you have about not being in the logbook, where in subchapter section 14910 says that these specific items are required to be logged in the logbook? That's all I'm asking. Can you tell me?
Again, the recording is based on the policies of the TSMS, their own MTC's own policies on this.
Let me ask you this. Have you ever been wrong in any of the opinions you've ever given?
I'm sorry, have you been?
Let me ask you this. Have you ever been wrong in any of the
Thank you.
opinions you've ever given? Do you know whether you've ever given any opinions that are just wrong?
I have little doubt in my mind that somewhere down the line I've been proven wrong.
But you don't, just don't know what those are, right?
I know I've been disqualified in one case in my life,
Yeah.
and it was because the attorney, A, did not turn it in on time, and B, the judge subsequently opined that she didn't need my opinion on the particular subject.
Do you know the rate of error in your opinions? Do you know how often you're wrong?
I have no way of knowing that.
And isn't it true that your opinion that subchapter M under 46 CFR Part 140, that all these items need to be listed in the log entries, you don't know whether that opinion is correct because you've never looked at Marquette's complete TSMS on that issue. Fair statement?
That was never released.
Okay. All right. Now, other than what we've talked about, is there any other location where you can cite to that says, here is where it says under federal regulations, under subchapter M, that Marquette must, in its logbook, put any of the items enumerated on page 6 of your report?
I know in a 44-and-a-half-year career, there has never been a 2692 that left a boat that I was responsible for, that there wasn't a log entry for it. And in this particular case, we had 2 reportable marine casualties. We had an elision, and we had a fall overboard. Both are mandatory reporting.
Okay. The answer to the question is now that's your experience, but I'm talking about your experience is great. I appreciate that. But I'm talking about under 46 CFR Part 140, other than what we've talked about, you cannot point me to any other specific Code of Federal Regulations citation that says that for the 12 items you listed needed to be put in the logbook on the date of this incident. This regulation says, here, Marty, here's where it says it. The following things must be documented in your logbook. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can't point me to anything else. Is that true?
46 CFR 140.910 requires the recording in accordance with the TSMS.
Okay.
Until we know every single element of the TSMS, we don't know positively.
All right, okay. So let's go on to your seventh opinion. You've got a heading on page 7 regarding Rose Point voyage data recording. You see that?
Yeah.
There's a lot here, but basically, I mean, you have the Rose Point, all the Rose Point data, right?
I do now, yeah.
You don't have any issue with that, and you can interpret it and make any conclusions you want from that Rose Point data. Marquette's not hiding anything from you related to Rose Point, correct?
No.
So there's you don't have any opinions, do you, that related to Rose Point voyage data recording that you're prevented from giving because of Marquette?
No, not now that we have the knob file.
Okay, all right. Your biggest complaint was, I think, in looking here, is that we provided you with a demonstrative exhibit with the Corps of Engineer maps versus a raster or vector chart, and you think that's inaccurate information, basically, right?
A vessel cannot legally navigate with that.
Yeah.
It's been altered
Yeah.
by whoever
Yeah. So,
created
but the
that.
point is, if I did it because I decided to make it for convenient, has nothing to do with Marquette. You don't know who created that and the purpose of why it was created, right?
No, that was something that we hope to find out.
And you agree that demonstrative exhibits can be helpful at trial, right?
If that's it was my understanding that was a true and accurate recording of what took place. That was my understanding. I was never told that it was a demonstrative.
Well, it is a true and accurate recording of what happened, though, right? As far as you know, it's got the Rose Point data. It's got the Rose Point recorder. The only difference between what you looked at on your own Rose Point system and what was given to you is the overlay.
Object
Correct?
to the form.
The Google Map overlay.
Object to the form.
No.
What else was different?
The whole side menu would have reflected what features were being run with regard to rate of turn, heading, the weather station that we know was recording. Everybody on the coast keeps a weather station embedded.
You can recreate that through your Rose Point because of the questioning of our captain of which did you use rate of turn, swing meter, that kind of stuff. You can add those pretty easy, right?
Yeah.
To find out exactly what the captain is doing and recreate it on your own computer, print it, and show it to trial if you wanted to, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's no harm there. It's just a matter of doing it for anybody who wants to try
Well,
to recreate what
you
the
can't-
captain.
You can't say that it's anything other than demonstrative. When it was initially given to me, it was with the understanding that was what had taken place. And now, right here today, we learn that it was actually a demonstrative.
You have all the information from that day that shows the vessel's exact speed, correct?
Yes.
You have all the information that shows the VAX heading, correct?
Yes.
And the relative motion, correct?
Correct.
And the rate of turn and which way it was turning, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you know the size of the barge and the size of the vessel, so you can implement that in your Rose Point and show what the captain would have seen that day,
It's all known material in the knob file.
correct? That's correct, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, let's go to your next opinion, which is number 9. I think it's in opinion 8, which I call it relates to safety failures. You see that?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us what your opinion related to safety failures is?
I'll read this into the record. It's, in my opinion, Captain Palmer of the motor vessel Corpus Christi was operating his vessel at excessive speed, greater than 6 miles an hour, in violation of Rule 6 of the Inland Rules of the Road. This excessive speed of the vessel was a contributory factor to the collision between the vessel and its empty chemical barge, and the reason and causation for deckhand Justin Anderson's fall overboard event, and ultimately his personal injuries. Justin Anderson only fell overboard as a result of the collision impact that occurred first. The vessel's face wire parted and broke as a result of the impact, a classic example of which came first, the chicken or the egg. There's been no conclusive evidence outside of his testimony produced to date that would indicate that Captain Palmer attempted to forewarn his deckhand of the impending collision with the south wall of the West Brazos Floodgate facility. Beyond his own testimony, neither Justin Anderson or his co-worker Quentin Carr recall Captain Palmer saying, "Watch the bump," to his deck crew via the VHF handheld radio, which is and has been an industry best practice and safety topic, which predates my own 44-year career. "Watch the bump" is meant to forewarn deckhands of impending bumps and/or impacts.
All right.
Continues on the next page.
Okay, go ahead.
There have been no evidence produced to date by MTC that would indicate that Captain Palmer even sounded his vessel's whistle to forewarn the deck crew of the impending collision impact by sounding the emergency signal of 5 or more blasts of the vessel's whistle. There is no evidence that Captain Palmer, using the vessel's PA system to make such an announcement to the deck crew to forewarn of the impact. In addition, Captain Palmer admits to not sounding the general alarm as is proper in a fall overboard event to, I wrote alter, I meant alert, off watch personnel on the emergency on board the vessel. Additionally, Captain Chaz Dupree stated in testimony that the vessel's general alarm was not sounded even post man overboard event in the wake to wake those persons off watch to assist in the recovery of deckhand Justin Anderson.
All right. At the first part of the paragraph, you wrote, "The vessel's face bar parted and broke as a result of the impact." A classic example of which came first, the chicken or the egg. What do you mean by that statement?
That the captain claims that he broke it trying to prevent injury. I believe that it happened as a course of the impact.
Right.
Understanding that, it's because of the weight of the vessel, an empty barge, face wires lead up. When you have a significant impact, the vessel will roll, and when it rolled, that's what caused the wire to part.
But you weren't there, right? So you're just speculating?
It's my opinion.
And the only direct evidence about when the face wire parted is what Captain Palmer testified to, correct?
Is that direct evidence? No, that was his testimony.
Yeah, well, there no one else was there in a position to witness when the face wire parted, right?
He claims that's when it happened, yes.
And he reported that immediately after the incident, right? When he completed his incident report. From the very beginning, that's what he said.
Yeah, it was documented.
Okay. And you don't have any, other than your opinion about what happened, you don't have any other testimony or evidence to suggest when it actually did part that differs from what our captain testified to?
There's no evidence.
Okay. Just want to be clear, you're calling our captain a liar, basically, huh?
Yeah,
Okay.
because I know what happens on impacts.
You've parted face wires before?
Yeah, I've got a 44.5-year career.
All right.
Yes,
So it's
sir.
not, people can part face wires, right?
Yeah, there was no harm in that other than the fact that at that point
Do you know which face wire parted?
it was port.
Now, how many parts did they have of face wire there that day? Do you know?
I don't recall that detail in the testimony. I don't.
You don't know, correct?
No, I don't factually know. I don't recall that level of detail.
All right. So you can't testify. All you can testify was a port face wire. You can't say which one, correct?
Say which one what?
Which part of the face wire parted?
No. Parting a face wire. Parting a face wire means it's partially broken. That's parting. It could have been a 3-part. It could have been a 4-part.
I know that.
In reference.
And that's my
But when we
point.
say part a face wire, it's been compromised.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
But there's two terms. You call it the 3-part, 4-part. That depends upon how many times you wrap it around, right?
That is correct.
And you don't know whether
That's
it's a 2-part, 3-part, or whatever.
No, and I
we
said
do-
I didn't recall that level of
And
detail.
so if I show you this is a picture, it's Marquette 825. You couldn't draw on here. You couldn't circle which part of the face wire parted.
No, and it doesn't really matter.
Well, it
It's-
does.
no, it doesn't.
To which one parted? You would.
No, it does not.
Well, then
It's just the fact that it's a compromised face wire. It's broken.
yeah, it parted. Do you know what kind of face wire they were using?
They were using a synthetic.
Right. Okay. And do you know whether they just rewired the face wire and used the rest of the face wire they had, or do you know?
I don't know any of that detail.
Yeah. Let me finish my question before you answer. That's the problem she's having, and I'll try to let you finish. Okay.
Well, you're shotgunning as well.
Yeah, she's caught in between. But you don't know, do you know on this way, when you turn to port, when you turn a vessel to port, which face wire in this drawing would have the most stress on it if you turn hard to port? Which face wire?
The port. When you turn to port, it's the port face wire.
Okay. So and if we look here, this picture, I'm going to circle. These are the face wires, right? You see here?
You don't need to. I've looked at face wires for 44 years. You
So
do not
this
need
would
to
be
circle
the
them.
port side would be this face wire, right?
Well, there's
One of
multiple
these.
leads.
Yeah. One of these face wires would refer to a port face wire.
If there's only one winch,
Yeah.
it's continuous. That class of boat only has one winch on each side.
Okay.
It doesn't matter whether you got 6 parts or 2.
All right. So my point is, turning hard to port would also be consistent with parting a port face wire. As you just said.
If you read the details of his information, his testimony, he was talking about twin screwing the boat, and that's not going to break that face wire.
Okay.
The impact will,
Okay.
because you got 155 tons of boat.
I'm asking you a specific question. I just want to answer my question. And you testified to it earlier, but I want to make sure you're not crawfishing on me. If you turn to port hard to avoid a collision or something, that could cause your port face wire to part, just generally speaking.
It's not, you cannot break a face wire turning hard to port if it's appropriately sized for that vessel. You can't do it. We couldn't get up and down the river. The nth degree of the regulations, when we go through the 33 CFR 164 inspections, it specifically asks you if your gear is appropriately sized, and I'm not quoting exact regulations, but basically you have to swear when you do the inspections that they're appropriately sized. It's impossible to steer a 70 some odd foot boat out of tow strictly by steering to port. You can't do it. The only way you could do it is if the wire was already compromised.
Is your testimony you don't think that Captain Palmer ever steered to port?
No. I'm not saying he never steered to port. I'm saying the face wire broke at impact before he ever tried to do whatever he was doing to try to keep the barge off the young man.
And I want you, and this is your one chance. So, based upon all the investigation you've done, which port face wire would have parted? Just if you had to guess.
I don't know how many parts there were. It doesn't matter if they're attached to a single winch. They're all part of the same wire.
Yeah, but
it doesn't matter if you got 6 parts or you got 2 parts.
But you agree with it, turning can put more stress on certain parts of the face wire. The actual turning, if you're looking at a face wire configured to a barge, certain when you turn, certain stresses are put on more of the face wires than others.
Absolutely, I've already testified. If you're turning to port, the port wire is the one that would take the lead. But I'm saying that the impact broke the wire, and his attempts to twin screw the boat, he was then not connected on the port side. I'm saying the impact broke it.
Okay, and your testimony is in looking at the Rose Point, you don't see him turning to port?
No,
Object to
there's
the form.
Correct? That's what you're
no
saying?
there.
On the Rose Point, can you tell, at the Rose Point, can you tell if he ever turned to port?
Absolutely.
Okay, at what time did he turn to port?
Let's throw it up
Okay.
and put a time on it. Right here, without that demonstrative before us, I can't give you that.
Okay. And you've never tried to calculate at what time he turned to port?
No, I just observed it in the video, and I know that's what took place.
Was the turn to port before or after he started decreasing speed, or do you know?
No, and again, it goes back to
Yes or no? Do you know whether he started to turn to port before or after he started decreasing speed?
no. The significant heading change occurred, I believe, at impact.
All right. On page 9, you say that that watch the bump is meant to forewarn deck crews of impending bumps and/or impacts. You see that?
Yeah.
You'd agree with me also that as a deckhand, deckhands are taught to watch the bump, right?
Yeah, that's
And you teach your
that's
crew
what
to
I'm
watch
saying.
the
That
bump.
we've taught that. I guess they were teaching that long before I become a mariner.
Yeah. So and it's not and the watch the bump concept. It's not just meant to forewarn deck crews. It's meaning that the deckhands, when they're on the barge, one of the things they're doing when they're going through an area where they might bump into something is they're watching the bump, and that's regardless if anybody tells them or not. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a situation here where the bump occurred aft of the deckhands. That's a 300-foot long barge.
Yeah. Are you aware that have you read Quentin Carr's statement that said that he knew the bump was coming for about a minute and he was able to brace himself?
Object to the form.
I don't recall the testimony, but I don't know how he could have. I don't know how he could have stated that when he was totally on the opposite side of the barge.
Well, do you disagree? So you're saying you're discounting Quentin Carr's testimony? If he testified, I knew to watch the bump for a minute and I was able to do so?
Object to the form. The written statement was produced a month after his deposition.
He was asked at his deposition about this.
It wasn't produced until a month after it was objected to based on attorney-client privilege.
Have you read Quentin Carr's deposition testimony?
Yes.
Where he said he had a minute to watch the bump?
Counselor, you asked me to put that on a scale, and I just don't believe it has any weight. But he was on the opposite side of the barge. It was the opposite side from the impact. I don't know how that gentleman could even remotely.
Do you agree that it's a deckhand's responsibility to watch the bump, watch for the bump, and that you're supposed to, if you see the bump coming, you're supposed to get down on your hands and knees and hold on to a timber head or barge coming?
If you see it coming,
You agree that that's what you're supposed to do?
that's what we train them to do.
Okay. Okay. And now going to your next opinion, which I think would be opinion 9, this 46 CFR Part 4.
Yes, sir.
All right. And with respect to this opinion regarding to 46 CFR Part 4, again, do you consider yourself an expert in 46 CFR Part 4?
I think I can read pretty good.
Okay. Do you consider yourself an expert in 40 CFR Part 4?
It's a regulation that's been applicable to my industry and my entire career.
So do you consider yourself an expert in 46 CFR Part 4?
I don't know that expert is required. It's a regulation that pertains to my industry.
Right. You can read it, the judge can read it.
Everybody can read it.
The jury can read it, right?
Jerry can read it.
Okay. And it's my understanding that you submit that Marquette should have submitted a 2692?
Not should, they were required to.
Okay. And under what regulation is that? What do you think was, well, number one, do you think it was required on the date of the incident when it happened? When do you think it was required?
The fall overboard was required, the notification was required on the evening
Okay.
of the fall overboard.
All right.
But now let's be clear here. We got two reportable events. We've got the elision and we got the fall overboard.
Okay, so let's talk about the fall overboard. Since you and I can read, and you said you can read it, where under 46 CFR Part 4 does it say that if a man goes overboard, that automatically triggers the 2692 reporting requirement?
The term marine casualty or accident applies to events caused by or involving a vessel and includes, but is not limited to, the following: any fall overboard.
And what regulation is that?
That's a definition from marine casualty or accidents. That is 4.03-1B. Any fall overboard.
That is a marine casualty or accident, right?
Marine casualty.
Okay, all right. And are you saying that that is what requires a report to be completed?
It instantly triggers it. If it's a marine casualty, that is the definition of a marine casualty. You can't have a fall overboard without it being a marine casualty.
Okay. Now, and that's so that's the basis for the man overboard. I mean, the man overboard reporting requirement 2692. What's your basis under the regulations that when assuming that the vessel barge hit the floodgate, that actually triggered a reporting requirement?
Flip the page.
All right. What number?
Second line. This is a list. B has a complete list, and the number one on it's the fall overboard. The grounding is number 2. VI number 6. It says elision. It's all an elision is a marine casualty.
Okay. Right. All right. But you would agree with me that that's only what's defining what a marine casualty or accident is, right?
Marine casualties are required to be reported.
Okay, all right. And when's the last time you filled out or looked at a 2692?
Oh, I know where you're going with this. They've recently updated it. I've seen it recently.
Okay, well, when's the last time they updated it according to your knowledge?
Pretty recently, like in this year.
Okay, and how when it was updated, what was something changed?
Fall overboard's not listed on it.
Okay, all right. And how do you know that? Have you looked at a 2692 from December of 2023 to see what it says?
No, I don't.
So you don't know what?
When you Google it, it comes up with the most recent version. When you look for it on the internet, I guess the Coast Guard kills all the other versions.
Right, so as we see it here
But-
today, you don't know on the 2692 form whether it says when it requires a 2692 to be reported, because not all marine accidents have to be reported, correct?
Elisions and fall overboards have always been required.
That's your
This-
opinion as
no,
a,
no, no,
that's
no.
opinion as you're reported, as a purported expert in this case.
They've always been required. So that's not debatable. What has changed over the years is the form itself, but the regulations have never changed.
Okay, all right. And so if we look at the definition, you looked at the definition under 403.1 and used a definition to form your opinion that that there should have been 2 reports to the Coast Guard based upon fall overboard and elision, correct? You used that definition, right?
That is the Coast Guard's definition
All
of a
right,
marine
so-
casualty.
Now, if you go to section 405.1, isn't it true that is where the Coast Guard sets forth and triggers when it must receive notice of a marine casualty, and it only lists certain circumstances, which are 1 through 8. And that's what you said have never changed, right?
Yeah.
So the notice requirements aren't in 403.1 that you were
I didn't-
talking about earlier, right?
There's the definition.
Yeah.
If you go to 403-2,
I'm going to 405-1.
yeah, but if you go to 403-2, it's called a serious marine incident.
Yep.
The term of serious marine incident includes the following events, including a vessel in commercial service, any marine casualty. We've already established.
No, you see, that's where you're having trouble reading.
No, I'm
because
not.
you are. If you're having trouble reading, because if you read full of A, you forgot the and. See, there's an and there, pal. And which results in any of the following. It's not just automatic. So it's a
Where
two.
are you reading
it's a two
the
requi-
and into it?
Well, I'm reading it in the statute. 403.2A, any marine casualty or accident as defined in section 403.1, which is required by section 405-1 to be reported to the Coast Guard,
I didn't hear-
and
Oh, I'm sorry.
which results in either one forward. So that's 2 requirements. So now do you understand that you were just wrong in your prior opinion?
I'm not wrong.
Okay, all right. You're not going to admit you're wrong?
I'm telling you, I'm not wrong.
Okay, all right.
This was a fall overboard and an elision. That is a marine casualty. I don't care. We can. I don't mean to be argumentative about it, but I'm telling you, I know the Coast Guard's position on this. They've outlined their position on this in the Coast Guard NAVIC 01-15 from 2015.
The Coast Guard regulation, this is what governs, right? You just cited it in your purported expert report that it's required, and there's nothing else cited in
The
here.
Coast Guard's opinion is laid out in the NAVIC 01-15. That's the Coast Guard's opinion.
This is the regulation that's required, and actually,
The Coast Guard's interpretation is in that NAVIC.
Okay.
what you're missing is that it's got to be a marine casualty and it results in something. It's not just a marine casualty. Do you not understand that as a purported expert in this case? Is that what you're saying? You don't understand that?
I understand it was a marine casualty.
Okay, all right. But you don't understand as a marine casualty in which results in certain things, and that's what triggers the Coast Guard requirement.
Well,
That's fine if that's your opinion.
What triggered it for the one of the triggering elements is in here is Justin had to have medical attention beyond first aid.
Well, that's a different question. You're changing your opinion. Your first
No, I'm not
two-
changing my opinion.
Your first 2 opinions were that they needed to be reported. Any man overboard needs to be recorded.
They are.
And any elision needs to be reported.
Any man overboard has to be reported.
Okay, all right.
The
I
Coast
think
Guard.
I think we've created enough of a record. Do you know when? Do you know on the day that it happened? You would agree with me that Marquette didn't know that Mr. Anderson was unfit for work, right? Because he said he was
Not
fine.
on the day it happened.
And even on the second day, they didn't know, right?
Object
Because he
to the
went in to get checked,
Object to the form.
correct?
No, on the second day, they were aware that he needed additional medical attention.
But they didn't know that he was unfit for duty, correct? He was
Not
just
on
going
that
to get
day.
checked. All right,
But
do you
he
know-
was subsequently notified in a letter that come from his attorney,
And when was that? You've seen that
like
letter?
the 29th
Okay, is that referenced in your file?
in the rebuttal.
So basically, at the end of the 5-day period was the first time that Marquette was on notice that Mr. Anderson might be unfit for work,
Object to the form.
correct?
Inside the 5 days. yeah.
Based upon the letter from, the letter from his attorney, correct?
Objection.
It happened on the 26th. The letter was the 29th, so it's 3 days. It was inside the 5-day reporting period.
Okay, so you're saying as soon as, the first time that Marquette should have filed the Coast Guard report.
Fall
on
in the water.
On the basis of on the basis of him being unfit was when they got the letter from Mr. Poulsen, his attorney, correct? On the
Object.
unfit part.
Object
Yeah.
to the form.
Okay, all right. Do you also dispute going to your next opinion, which is river stage water conditions? You see that? Which I'll call
Okay,
opinion
yeah, go
10.
ahead.
All right, what's your opinions under this title? I mean, you've got a bunch of bullet points. What is your opinions on this? That based upon your review of river stage water conditions.
I went into there's only minimal difference. The downloadable gauge data recorded a head current, the gauges, of 0.55. He said in testimony, I believe I'm characterizing it as he thought it was 0.7. And so we're only talking about 1.5 inches.
It's not a measurable difference.
It was not a measurable
And that can be
difference.
accounted just by people looking at it. And
It's negligible. It's a non-event, but I pointed out that, the information is available. He recorded it or opined that he thought it was 0.7, and the true gauge data seemed to indicate that it was 0.55.
Right,
So you're only talking about inch
yeah,
and a half.
but can you testify? We're talking about the incident report, Marquette 894 and 895. It says dead current 0.7. Are you disputing that, or are you just saying might just be an explainable difference between what he observed and the river data?
It's an explainable difference, and the 0.7, the high water restrictions for the facility begin at 0.7 and go up to 1.8. So he was on. If it was his 0.7,
Yeah.
he was on the very bottom of restrictions.
Yeah.
If it was truly 0.55, he was even below and outside of any Corps of Engineers restrictions whatsoever.
But obviously, the Corps of Engineers that day hadn't restricted the transit through the floodgates, correct?
No.
They hadn't
not to
placed
my
any
knowledge.
special restrictions, or hey, we're shutting it down, which they're entitled to do, correct?
Not to my knowledge. So the
Do
point
you know when they shut it down?
0.08 or greater,
Okay.
or 1.8. Excuse me.
Okay.
Get my decimals in there right.
Okay.
1.8 or greater.
All right. And the captain indicated in his vessel incident report that the vessel's speed direction was 5.0 to the east. Do you have any information that's contrary to that?
The vessel's speed
Yeah,
Object
To the
to the
east.
form.
yeah.
We know it was 6.3.
Okay, all right. And do you know, it says the wind speed and direction 7 to 10 miles out of the northeast. Do you have any information? Have you checked the weather to see if that was inaccurate or accurate?
That data was data logged in the original knob file, and it's pretty close. I've pulled it up, and I can look at it on my piece of software. It was data logged. It was buried inside the knob.
So that information was accurate?
It's fairly accurate.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Minimal winds.
Okay, so on your 10th opinion on the river stage, is there anything else that you give an opinion on other than the difference between the .55 and .7? What other opinion do you have that's listed here in terms of?
No, my point was that while he had head current, it was very minimal. He was going against the current, very minimal current.
But he was going against the current.
He was going against the current.
And do you fault him for increasing his speed to try to account for current?
There would be no reason to increase speed to that degree. I mean, that's minimal current.
You would agree it'd be okay for him to increase his speed to account for the current, but you just disagree with how much he increased his speed?
Object
Well,
to the form.
All you really have to have is positive headway of a minimal amount to be able to control your vessel. I mean,
You've never navigated the Corpus Christi, correct?
was on one of the boats of the exact same sister class, but
Nice.
not the Corpus Christi.
Nice answer. You've never navigated the Corpus Christi in your entire, however, 40-plus year career, correct?
No.
You
One
don't
of-
know, you don't
one of
know
the
how,
others.
you don't know how that vessel handles specifically, correct?
I've rowed one of the sister class vessels.
But you've never operated the Corpus Christi your
No.
entire life, right?
No.
So you recognize that vessels, different types of vessels handle differently, right?
Different vessels do, but again, I've rowed one of the sister class vessels.
Right, and you saw Captain Palmer's testimony that he's navigated the Brazos Lock several hundred times, right?
Yes.
So he's got a lot more experience than you do navigating.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So he'd have a lot more experience of what he needs to navigate a vessel through the Brazos locks based upon the head current than you do, correct?
Not necessarily.
But he does.
That's very negligent.
But he's got more experience.
Well, he's done it more times.
Yeah, by several hundred compared to you, maybe 10, 15 round trips total, correct?
I've never hit it.
That's right. But you haven't been through there 300 or 400 times, have you?
I have not.
Right. And you do know that the Brazos floodgates is one of the most hit floodgates in the United States. You're aware of that,
I
aren't you?
understand that.
You're aware of that, right?
I understand that there's been a lot of marine casualties there.
Right. Have you ever worked at a company that's hit the Brazos floodgate? Or do you even know?
I have, without a doubt, any of the employers that I worked with down there, they've had vessels have problems there.
And everybody knows they're pretty strict. Like, if you bump into it or hit it, they're going to make a claim and try to get some money from you, correct?
Object to the form.
In your experience.
In my experience, that occurs in many Corps of Engineers facilities. I have no specific knowledge of that particular facility.
All right. And it looks like on page 17 you go into your summary and conclusions. Is that right?
Yeah.
And are there any, in the summary and conclusions, are there any additional opinions that you have in here that we haven't talked about?
No, I stand by my original report.
Okay. One other point I see in here, you mentioned that the
What page?
on page 19, Captain.
Okay.
This says that the replacement of the vessel's port face wire was required to be recorded in the TVR. You see that?
Yep.
As we talked about, that opinion is that you don't know whether or not that any information was put in the TVR because you've never seen it.
No, y'all haven't produced a TVR.
All right, okay. If a port face bar is just you don't have to replace the whole thing based upon where it parts because it's long enough that you can just reconfigure it to use it in that circumstance where you part it, but it's still in good serviceable condition and you just rewire it. Do you need to record that in your logbook?
Yeah, we do, when it's like spliced.
Okay.
Yeah, we do. Depends on the service life, whether we choose to. Generally speaking, every marine employer that I've worked with uses an 18 to 24 month service life.
Yeah.
And we assess whether we splice it or not based on its original service life. So if it's very near the end of its service life, we would never splice it. We would just change it. But a splice should be recorded.
All right. So with the 10 opinions and the summary and conclusions, is that do you have any other opinions other than what's listed in this report?
No, I stand by my original report from July 11th.
All right. And you issued yesterday a rebuttal right report.
Yes.
And in your rebuttal report, it looks like you stand by all of your prior opinions.
Yes.
All right.
I've addressed
Yeah.
a lot of issues associated with Captain Fazioli.
Yeah. All right. And so I assume that it's safe to say that you disagree with some of Fazioli's opinions.
A lot of them.
All right. So let's walk me through that. What opinions of Captain Fazioli do you disagree with?
First and foremost, I think he absolutely, totally misses the point with the application of risk of collision and actions to avoid collision in Rules 7 and 8. He has inferred in his report that they are absolutely not applicable to elisions in contrast to collisions.
Okay, and so I think that's on page 4 of your rebuttal report, right? That opinion application of
Yeah.
navigation rules. You disagree with them there, all right? So I guess like we did last time, let's go through chronologically. It looks
Well-
like you also on page 2 you disagree with the way he applied Rule 2.
Yeah, I mean,
In what respect?
in respect to if you violate any of the rules, then you violated Rule 2. The Rule 2 has always been known as the, prudent mariner rule. And I state in here, in my opinion, on the night of the incident, Captain Palmer failed to comply with the absolute strict observance of the inland rules. Therefore, Captain Palmer has violated Rule 2 of the rules. Captain Palmer failed to act as a prudent mariner, and he did not comply with the strict and obedient adherence to the navigation rules as listed below. I totally disagree with Captain Fazioli's assessment of Rule 2 in its opinion, and it's my opinion that if you violate any of the navigation rules, you have effectively violated Rule 2 of the inland navigation rules.
Okay.
I do allege multiple rules violations in the navigation of his vessel, meaning Palmer, and therefore I allege a violation of Rule 2. Captain Palmer failed to act as a prudent mariner with regard to numerous actions and inactions.
All right. And then you also disagree with Captain Fazioli's opinion on Rule 5, lookout?
Yes.
And why do you disagree with, and in what way do you disagree with Captain Fazioli's opinion on the application of Rule 5?
Well, the application of Rule 5 says you can't claim that you're maintaining a proper lookout and have an elision. It's like having your cake and eat it too. You can't stand on the high ground and say, oh, I was keeping a proper lookout, but yet I'll run over something. It doesn't jive.
Well, there are navigational errors that people make, correct? They don't, even though you're, even though you're watching it, you know, because what you're saying doesn't make any sense to me. Because you can have a situation where I'm driving a car and I maintain a lookout, but sometimes an accident does happen because maybe I misjudged my speed a little bit, or I didn't put on the brake. That doesn't mean I wasn't maintaining a lookout. Or,
Nothing in our industry.
but do you understand what
so
I'm saying?
I understand your perspective.
And you're saying that just anytime there's a lesion or collision, they're not maintaining a proper lookout, right?
There's
That's the basis for your opinion.
that
on
is the basis for my
Okay,
opinion.
I just want to know it. Yeah, but you did hear his testimony that Captain Palmer had his rose point on, correct? Correct.
Correct.
He had his rose point. I mean, he had his rose point, correct?
Had deckhands on head to toe.
And he was communicating them by radio. They were giving him signals and calling distances to him, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever until Deckhand Anderson? He was the deckhand on duty, right?
Who?
Deckhand Anderson.
Yeah,
He was a lead deckhand.
Yes.
So between him and Quentin Carr, he was the number one man on deck, correct?
Yeah. I believe
Right.
he was the senior of the two of them.
And until Deckhand Anderson radioed that he was coming on hot, that was the first time that Deckhand Anderson had given him any indication that there might be a collision or a problem, correct?
Object to the form.
His Deckhand Anderson's comment on his speed had nothing to do with what Captain Palmer was perfectly
understand
capable of looking out the window
I
and seeing.
understand that, but the point is that that's the first time that Anderson told Captain Palmer anything is when, hey, I'm coming in hot, right?
Object to
That's
the
the
form.
first time. He knew that he was coming in hot, right?
He who?
Anderson. Anderson's perception was that he was coming in hot.
I think that's, I think that's accurate. I think he understood he was moving fast, but again, Palmer understood he was moving fast.
Yeah, but he's up on the head of toe. He can kind of he has a better line of sight. He's closer to the gate than the floodgate than the captain is, right? Because that's a 200-foot barge.
It was a 300-foot bar.
Excuse me, 300-foot barge. So he's 300 feet ahead. And the first time,
I fail to see your point. I mean, the captain was obviously aware of his own speed. He had a chart and a GPS there to reference.
okay, Anderson was part of the lookout responsibility, right?
Correct.
All right, so if a proper lookout wasn't taken that day, then Mr. Anderson played a role in that, right?
Object to the form.
He was there part of the information stream for the captain. The captain is the lookout. He supplemented his lookout with other personnel.
Okay, all right. And the next thing is you disagree with Captain Fazioli's opinion on Rule 6?
Safe speed? Yes.
All right. And before you issued your report, did you ever go back and look at historical data to show the speeds that vessels would go through traveling eastbound on the intercoastal through the Brazos floodgates?
No.
Okay. Do you have any information to assess that Captain Fazioli's review of that navigation data is incorrect or wrong?
Oh, I call into question every last one of them.
Okay, you disagree with that?
I totally disagree. There are a lot of inconsistencies in what he downloaded and attached to his report.
Okay. And
First and foremost, many of them were during daylight. We have a night situation. None of those should be considered. Many of those were east to west transits. Every one of those should be disqualified.
okay.
We can go on.
How many? Well, tell me. This is your time. Tell me when how many of them do you disagree with?
We're
that he
going to have to
found?
label them because if we're gonna drill down and talk about those, there's a ton of them in here, and we need to label every one of them, and I'll give you an opinion on every one of them.
Okay, which ones are they? Yeah, let's do that.
Well, produce them all, label them.
You've got his report. You tell me. You didn't put it in your report which ones you disagree with.
What did my report say? It said they were so numerous there was no identifiers on them, and I would answer questions about that in my deposition. And I paraphrase that.
Okay. Well, how many total did Mr. Fazioli do that you disagree with?
I don't. There's a bunch of them. I can
Okay.
answer questions.
Have you ever gone back and looked at the navigation data yourself?
On marine traffic?
Yeah.
I know what marine traffic is. I know how it receives its information.
But that's not my question. Is
I
it? What
just
was my
answered
question?
you earlier that I told you I had never looked at.
No, but I'm talking about since you issued your rebuttal report, did you go back and look at marine traffic?
For what period of
To
time?
look, for any period of time?
No.
You've never done you've never done a study to look at the historical data on any system that monitors the speeds that vessels go on the Brazos floodgates, east to
The
west to east, correct?
the applicable speed, we have a record. We have evidence of what Captain Palmer.
I'm not
was
talking
doing
about,
that day.
I'm not talking about Captain Palmer. I'm talking about you have never done, say for a 10-year prior to this incident, and do not know the average speeds that vessels would traverse the Brazos floodgates from going west to east, correct?
I don't know that there are any systems that can accurately answer that.
But-
and I will tell you, marine traffic cannot.
My point is, you've never tried to go back and look yourself, correct?
No need.
I understand no need. I'm just saying that you've never gone back, you haven't spent
No.
1 hour looking at historical data on the Brazos floodgates to determine what the average speeds of vessels are, so that you might have some knowledge about what you're going to testify at trial, because you've only traversed this area on 10 to 15 round trips in your entire 40-plus year career.
Object to the
You've never done that. You
And
could
I know
have.
how fast I traversed it.
Okay. Well, that's up for debate. You said you couldn't recall.
Well, considerably less.
Of course.
So,
Where in your report do you dispute with any objective evidence Captain Fazioli's opinion that vessels would go there at different speeds in excess of 6.3 miles an hour?
these screenshots capture speeds greater than that, but what we call into question,
Yeah, where is that? What page of your report is that on, where you call that into question?
again, as I said, any questions about those, I said we'd wait until we can put some kind of identifier on each one of these pictures.
Great. Were there pictures produced, Danny?
Yeah,
Because I got the report. There's an attachment to the report.
You talking about this
all of
August
these
25th?
attached to his report.
No, I'm talking about, did you attach any photos attached to your report?
I was referencing the photos attached to his report.
Yeah, and that's my question. Where are you referencing that in your report? That you say that you dispute what Captain Fazioli said, and here's why.
Give me a second. It's under the heading of marine traffic.
Is that on page 11?
Yeah, probably I'm about to get there. Here we go.
how many of the screen chapters that were taken during daylight hours are referenced there that you disagree with, that you say that should be discounted?
Let's go through them one by one and label them.
You can't just give me a number out of the
I
total?
didn't bother to specifically sort them because I didn't really want to get them out of
So anything that's
out
a
of any
daylight, you
any
said,
order.
you say daylight, anything that's daylight is irrelevant?
I absolutely believe it's irrelevant. It
Any-
was a nighttime situation.
Any speed that's with a light boat is, you think are not relevant?
Absolutely.
All right. Any other reasons that are not relevant? Any other references that he made?
Particularly as an example of how inaccurate it is,
Yeah.
the screenshot that pertains specifically to the Corpus Christi, when he transited from the east back to the west at about, after midnight, whenever he came back, shows him with the same barge. He didn't have the barge. And it's that way for a reason, because the mariner on the end of that, he did not change his electronic chart or his AIS that was transmitting that data, that marine traffic. So my point is, none of this data that Captain Fazioli has submitted and attached to his report is reliable, because that's a classic example.
It does show the speeds, though. The speeds are nothing inaccurate on the speeds, correct?
He would have been light boat. Huge difference.
But the speeds are accurate. You don't
Yeah,
you don't dispute any of the vessel's speeds, correct?
I don't dispute any of the speed, but what their dimensions and whether they were or weren't pushing barges, huge difference.
All right. And it looks like you also, if we go back through, you kind of, you reiterate, we talked about how you reiterated your opinions on 7 and 8, and you reiterate your opinions on subchapter M, correct?
Yes.
And then you reiterate, but they're all the same, you reiterate your opinions on the Rose Point. Correct?
Correct.
And then the next page, page 7, again, you reiterate your opinion on 46 CFR Part 4 and the reporting requirements, correct?
Correct.
And then we talked about you disagree with the marine traffic materials from Captain Fazioli for the reasons we discussed, correct?
Yeah, and there are other issues. I think
What are the other issues? Give them, I'm only here now, so tell me what other issues there are.
there are clearly evidenced in some of these screenshots, light boats. They're small icons, and you can see the exact antenna is off center on the vessel,
Okay,
and that's a programming thing.
all right. And then, so that's your, let's see. So the main problems, the only problems you can identify are for the marine traffic materials that Fazioli submitted were some of them were during the day, and those should be taken out, right?
Yes.
Some of them are going eastbound to westbound,
Correct.
and some of them are light boat when they show for whatever reason that there's a barge on them.
Yeah, or they show whatever their dimensions are. There's no way of clarifying that. We don't know the accuracy of that because the data does the data doesn't exist. That they don't push it to the cloud where marine traffic retrieves this data. So there's no way that me, Fazioli, or anybody on the face of this planet can sit in a court and swear this was the dimension. There are also some icons that actually exceed the size of the floodgate. So we know those are inaccurate. And those are just programming cues by the mariner that the mariner failed to adjust. So there's, in of themselves, it's inaccurate information.
All right. And then it looks like the final thing is that you give an opinion, a rebuttal opinion on his qualifications, that you don't think he's qualified to testify or to talk about it because he doesn't have a Masters of Towing Vessel license?
I believe he does not.
Okay.
His CV says absolutely nothing about having a Master of Towing license.
Are you aware that he teaches maritime classes?
I'm aware it's listed in his CV.
Okay. Are you aware of what he's taught in his career? What
No,
classes he's taught?
I don't know the man.
Okay. All right, so as we said today, we talked about all of your opinions in this case?
Yes, I stand by both these reports.
Okay. Oh, we'll take a break. I think I'm done.
We're now off the record at 4:24. We're now back on the record. The time is 4:39.
I just really have one last question, which you've answered, but I want to be clear about it. The times that you have navigated with a tow headed eastbound through the Brazos floodgates, you can't say what speed you were going at all.
No, I have extensive experience navigating in narrow core structures, and I've never navigated in a narrow core structure at that kind of speed.
You can't say, I'm talking to the Brazos floodgates, 1 mile an hour, 2 mile an hour, 3 mile an hour, 4 mile an hour, 5 mile an hour, 6 mile an hour. You just can't say, correct?
I know I've never gone 6 mile an hour.
Well, I know that's your pat answer, but I'm not asking for a pat answer. I'm asking for, you can't say, you can't tell anybody whether you've gone 1 mile an hour, 2 mile an hour, 3 mile an hour, 4 mile an hour, or 5 mile an hour through the Brazos floodgates.
Not at that facility.
Okay, all right, thanks. I don't have any further questions. Leave it to you.
Captain, you were hired as an expert in this case?
I was.
Okay. And part of you being hired was based on your experience. Is that right?
Yes, I have over 40 years of experience in the towing industry.
And you were asked questions about your training, and I just want to touch on that a little bit so I understand. When we talk about your experience working on the water from a training standpoint, what does that look like?
A lot of tutelage from senior mariners early on in my career, and then over the years I expanded my licenses multiple times, which required in-depth training to get past those Coast Guard exams, which I attended a couple of schools to be able to do that. In addition to my upper level master's license, I also hold a first class pilot's license for the Mississippi River, and what that entails is committing to memory and drawing the Mississippi River and every dock and fleet and navigational crossing, all of that. So I have broadened my horizons over that 40-odd year career, gaining knowledge in all these different areas. And that would also include having worked with this gentleman I mentioned earlier this morning, this Richard Block, and penning the Towboatman's Guide to Federal Regulations, all of that part of broadening my horizon and my knowledge in my industry.
So if you were asked questions about your training being limited to only updating your credentials and your licenses, is that a fair, correct assessment of all the training you've had in your 40 years working on the water?
Object to the form.
Not really, because an active mariner will absolutely learn something every single day in the course of a career, and that includes learning information about the evolution of the regulatory process inside the industry. So all of that's in the course of a career. Your knowledge and expertise changes, and because of exposure to all of these things.
And I see you have the inland rules book with you here.
I do.
Okay. And in connection with being a mariner and a boat captain, are you required to be familiar with and understand certain federal regulations?
Yes, and today the inland rules of navigation are codified, and everything that's in this manual we're looking at here is part of that process, and we're tested on that. Our proficiency during Coast Guard examination has to be a minimum of 90%, and we're required to have this on board the vessel at all times, and have had. That's been factual, as far as I know, for the entirety of my career, when the inland rules were basically crafted in the early 80s.
And as far as your experience and training working on the water for 40 plus years, are you required to understand, specifically in the report you included, the CFRs that you cited?
Object to the form.
The CFRs are key to all the information that we have to know besides what it takes just to get a license, because they're applicable to the daily operations of what we're in charge of driving, in charge of the boat. So we have to have a working knowledge of all of these regulations as well.
And these regulations apply to what you do as a boat captain on the water?
Object to the form.
Every day.
And I appreciate your modesty when you were asked specifically about subchapter M rule violations in your report and notice of marine casualty rule violations in your report. My question for you is, why did you include those two sections in your report?
Object to the form.
Because they're applicable to the operation of a towing vessel.
Right, and I heard you make a comment, and again, I appreciate your modesty, some to the effect of, you can read. Did I hear your testimony right?
I did.
All right, and you specifically, when you said that, I think you were referring to 46 CFR Part 4.
Yes.
Okay, and as we sit here today, as a boat captain, is it fair to say you have to have a fundamental understanding of what the CFRs say and how they apply to your work on the water?
Object to the form.
I wouldn't say it's fundamental understanding. It's a necessity that we understand what they are, because there are repercussions if you don't do it right. I mean, the Coast Guard holds in their hand our careers with regard to our licensing if we fail to do some of these things. So it is imperative that a good professional mariner clearly understand all of his individual responsibilities underneath the codes of federal regulation and under the subchapter M regulations, because there are consequences. If you fail an audit, when these Coast Guard approved TISMAs are put under scrutiny, the Coast Guard can and will issue an 835, which is essentially a ticket. It's like, you don't go any further until you solve this. Or they can potentially entirely pull the certificate of inspection until these issues are resolved. So having a working, an expert knowledge of these codes of federal regulations and what we find in 46 CFR 140, we use the short term, just subchapter M, because they're all the new inspection regulations for towing vessels nationwide.
And so for you, with 40 plus years experience, saying, well, I can read, if someone who's never been in the maritime industry or worked on the water like you have for 40 plus years were to look at these regs, they're not going to be able to understand the application of it the way someone in the experience of at your level can.
Object to the form. That's not an opinion he's ever issued before. I object to it. Calls for speculation as well. You can answer.
Yeah, the layperson would find the minutia of the regulations is a foreign language.
Right, so a boat captain with 40-something years who's been hired as an expert to issue opinions, who issues the report, were the opinions included in your report as expert opinions?
Object to the form. Vague, incomprehensible.
Yes, because I, with 44 years, have more knowledge of it than a potential juror.
Well, specifically as it relates to the subchapter M rules violations you include in your report, why did you include it?
Object to the form.
Another layer of failings on the part of the master and Marquette Transportation.
Right, and if Marquette's attorneys go to court and say you are not qualified to discuss subchapter M rules violations based whether it's your education, training, or experience, how would you respond to that?
Object to the form. He's already testified he's not an expert in this area. You can answer.
I clearly understand the applicability of these rules more than anyone in this room today.
Right, I'll ask it that way then, because Mr. McLeod's right. This is one chance to visit with you and ask you a bunch of questions, right? Now's not your time to talk. Now's the time for him to ask questions, right?
Okay.
Okay, what I want to understand is, if we heard your testimony correctly, that you're not an expert at the application of the federal regs that you cited in your expert report.
Object to the form. Asked and answered.
I guess that's my modesty speaking. I mean, I view individuals of the legal profession being far more expert at law. But with that stated, I clearly know more about these regulations than anybody on the street. I guess that makes me an expert in it. And my exposure has been from a 44-year career and an absolute dead cold responsibility to learn these regulations. I don't have a choice. It's part of my career, it's part of my job, it's how I make my living. I have to have a clear and concise knowledge of these regulations. And yes, after 44 years, I guess that does make me clearly an expert in them. My knowledge of subchapter M would be there with any of the other well-seasoned professionals in the industry, or even a lot of the safety professionals in the industry.
And would the same be true for your notice of marine casualty section 46 CFR Part 4?
Object to the form. Asked and answered. Leading.
Well, again, understanding the absolute responsibility and the knowledge required to clearly understand that. Yes, I mean, it would apply equally to all of the codes.
Right, and here we have two purported experts who disagree between you and Mr. Fazioli, fair?
Yes.
All right. And so would you be able to assist the judge or jury in understanding these rules and regulations and how it applies to the facts of this case?
Object to the form.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, and specifically, is it fair to say when we talk about Mr. Fazioli's screenshots of the different vessels going through the Brazos River floodgates, the screenshots are unreliable because it contains unknown data?
Object to the form.
Yes. A lot of unknown data.
And let me ask you this question. Having only transited yourself personally the Brazos River floodgates 10 to 15 times like you testified to, do you think that inhibits your ability to offer an opinion about how to operate a tow such as the one Captain Palmer was operating on December 26, 2023?
Object to the form.
No, because every time I've transited it flawlessly.
For the opinions you provided in this case, can you explain for the court your investigative approach?
Object to the form.
First and foremost, I want to know as much about any of the events in any of these cases that I'm drawn into. So, particularly as an example, it was kind of an educational process for me to educate you with what kind of information that I needed to look for, and I explained to you about rules of the road as an example, and where to find them, and which rules were applicable, and so I wanted to know as much information, you know, where, when, who, everything that was involved. When it started coming out in our dialogue prior to the report, I discovered that there was electronic chart data. So, you know, I made an immediate request through you that, you know, this is levels of information that we need to track down. So, you know, there's a process there at which we gather information, and I help to assist you with coming up with a list of information that we needed to look at. That's as an example.
Including the TISMIS?
Including the TISMIS. I would have expected to have seen it all, but I worked with what I was given.
Right, and so obtaining that information, does that help illuminate what happened? Will that help you illuminate to the fact finder of what happened in this case?
Yes, because the company has its own internal policies. I mean, from my perspective, I'm limited in understanding what core federal violations there were, as far as the regulatory side of it, but there were potential violations of their own internal policies, which are in turn married to their responsibility to maintain their certificate of inspection. Basically, in the preamble of every TISMUS, the company swears that they'll abide by all of these policies that they wrote as a condition of holding their certificate of inspection.
Are you familiar with the relevant portions of Subchapter M and the related Coast Guard regulations that you included in your report as they apply to the safe operation of towing vessels?
Yes.
And again, even if you testified, you're not an expert in drafting or legal interpretations of regulations. Are you able to explain how those rules affect daily operation and safety aboard vessels based on your professional experience?
Check to the form.
Yes, I've got quite a lengthy career.
Is your testimony helpful to the court in understanding how, in practice, vessel operators are expected to act in compliance with law, regulation, and industry standards?
Yes.
All right. Do courts routinely recognize and accept testimony? Let me ask you this. You testified that you've been excluded one time?
And I wasn't even aware of it for many years afterwards.
As we sit here today, are you aware of being excluded as an expert other than the one time you've told us about?
To my knowledge, I have no knowledge of ever being excluded.
Okay. Have you previously been qualified as an expert in federal courts in maritime cases?
Several times.
Does that include when testifying to regulatory compliance?
Check to the form.
Yes, because it would particularly the rules of the road are regulation.
Does your CV reflect substantial professional training, certifications, and experience directly relevant to the issues in this case?
Check to the form.
It reflects every piece of training I've ever had.
And is that training directly relevant to the issues in this case?
Yes, they're all relevant to a career as a master of towing vessel.
Are your opinions you've included in your report and rebuttal report based on reasonable reliance upon regulations, policies, and practices accepted by experts in your field?
Yes.
Are your opinions contained in your reports and offered today based upon reliable principles and methods commonly used in the maritime industry?
Check to the form.
Yes.
Do your opinions fit the facts at issue and assist the court and jury in understanding technical or specialized aspects of the incident at issue in this case?
Check to the form. Vague.
I believe so, yes.
So based on these questions, going back to specifically the subchapter M section you've included in your report, as we sit here today, do you think you're qualified to testify as to the subchapter M rules violations as included in your report?
Check to the form. He's already asked and answered this.
I certainly do. I believe I know more on the topic than the average individual. Yes.
And same question for your notice of marine casualties, 46 CFR Part 4.
Yes. Clear
Check to the
understanding of
form. Ask and answer.
Thanks, Captain.
that. Thank you.
You talked about the investigation you did isn't it true that you can't cite any code or set of guidelines or manual or instructions that you use to follow this investigative process?
Object to the form.
Not really. It's been I don't have any written material. No.
You've never taken a course on marine investigations for IMO or for the Coast Guard or anything, correct?
I've never, I don't even know one exists. I've never seen a course
You've
like
never
that.
tried to look to see if one does exist, correct?
No, I would say that's not true. I have done internet searches, and I don't know that I've found anything applicable to the maritime industry that I thought would
Are
help.
you familiar that the Coast Guard has a process for conducting investigations? Have you ever reviewed theirs to see, hey, maybe I should do it the way they do theirs?
Honestly, I don't know where you would gain that knowledge. I don't know how you would get that material from the Coast Guard.
Just to be clear, you've never taken any course on conducting marine investigations, correct?
No.
You've never worked as a company as a marine investigator, correct?
Oh, I have conducted plenty of
Yeah,
investigations
Here you go
for-
again. Now
No.
answer my question. Have you ever worked for a company specifically as a maritime investigator? Yes or no?
Objection argumentative.
No, but it was
Okay.
certainly a
And you've never
a
headed a
task.
safety department, correct?
I've never headed a safety department.
And you mentioned when you were excluded, what year was that?
Shoot, I couldn't tell you. I know the attorney's name was Ed Sherman.
Was it 10 years ago, 5 years ago?
It would probably, I know it'd been over 10 years ago. Over, because I just know where I was living.
So, okay.
So,
Was it- what court
give me a
was it?
second, let me think about it, because there's certain points in a person's life that I know it was after October of 2000.
Hadn't been in the last 5 years.
No. I was living in Metairie when that occurred. Right here, these condos right next to Drago's.
And just we talked about, there's no specific guidelines or recommended best practices or procedures that you followed to issue your expert reports ever, correct?
No, it's just been a learned process.
All right. And so you don't know whether or not it's proper or improper for you to give legal conclusions in your report, do you?
I don't know that I've given a legal conclusion.
Okay. You agree with me that in this case, you've used the word that describing Captain Palmer's actions is negligent, correct?
I believe them to be.
And that's a legal conclusion, correct?
Oh, I don't know enough about the law to be able to tell you that.
Well, that's when you say somebody's negligent, do you know what that word means?
I clearly do.
Yes,
As a
you-
gross error,
And you're
gross
tr-
negligence.
And you're trying to, by saying that term as to Captain Palmer, you're trying to impute liability against him and against Marquette to help Mr. Anderson. You're trying to help the jury reach a legal conclusion that, hey, Marquette's at fault because, you know what, I'm an expert with 40 years' experience, and I say he's negligent, and therefore Marquette loses and Mr. Anderson wins. That's what you're trying to do, correct?
Object
No.
to the form.
Do you disagree that it's improper for you to issue a report that says a captain was negligent, yes or no? Or do you not even know whether or not that's proper?
I don't. I use the word because I think he was negligent.
Yeah. No further questions. You might want to look,
Today-
because you've been excluded before,
to-
pal.
Today's deposition
I do want a copy.
consists of 5 media files. We're now off the record. The time is 5:07.